Hello, everybody, and Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
2021.
Can you believe that?
I know.
It sounds weird to even say it. 2021.
It does.
Crazy.
It really
right?
does, And gosh, this past year went fast because we were so busy. And
it went fast, but it also feels like it was 1,000 years.
Yeah, it does. Yes. That was 10 years of 1 year for sure.
Seriously.
I know. Well, gosh, we had so many jam-packed great events in 2020, and boy, we have some great ones coming up too. We're going to start out, and look, hot dang, in this box right here, this is one of our new paper keepers.
So
if you got one of those, you'd have gotten the hot dang paper keeper and button. So that's new. And for those of you, maybe, gosh, Vicki, we may have some people that haven't seen our Mega and want to know about it. And so if you're watching today on Facebook or YouTube, and you didn't get one of these awesome boxes filled with these great projects you're going to see, you can still do that as well. With that said, on YouTube, if you haven't already joined our little YouTube channel family, go to Stamp and Scrapbook Expo, and you're going to want to hit the subscribe button. And then down here in the corner, there is a bell that you'll want to click on. And when you do that, you'll get notifications. You'll get a little ding when we have some of our great events coming up on YouTube. So
you'll stay in the know.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll alert you. My daughters always say, "Oh, I got an email like not an email, but notification saying that you just filmed. There's a video ready." So that's really nice for those of you that maybe don't, have the time to go into the
website.
Thank you. I'm like, what is wrong? I can't think of any
it's going to be a long 221. No,
but it'll come up. It'll remind you so that you won't miss anything. Because there's some, like Dave was talking about, I was looking at the calendar for January, and there are some awesome things coming up.
I know. We have Megas. We have a spotlight event coming up. We got all kinds of good things. So it's a great way to stay in the know. And then also every week we send out an email newsletter with all the information too. So if you haven't signed up to get our information filled newsletter, you want to go to craftathomeevents.com and just simply sign up for a newsletter, and then you'll get an email each week that'll let you know what's going on. And I'm glad we get them, because sometimes we're like, oh, I forgot that's coming up. So
exactly.
So because some of our events, just like today, Vicki, Bill, and I are this is pre-recorded, plus our sponsors are pre-recorded. So the great thing about the sponsors being pre-recorded is that as you're watching the projects, you can simply sit and type them questions, ask them about the products they have. So it's a great way to just keep in touch, and they're there waiting to answer questions for sure. So
exactly. It's just a lot of fun to be at home working on the projects with you guys. So that's why we're
Exactly. And some of you may want to sit and just watch them do the projects, and then you can always go back.
Yep.
And
that's what I do.
Especially, like if there's some cutting or something like that. But it's such a great thing to be able to start and stop.
Yep.
And I'll tell you what, these projects in here, they are all just great product. I love them. Great projects coming up, and you're going to learn all kinds of new things already for 2021.
I can't wait.
I know.
So how was your Christmas, Dave?
It was great. Of course, it was awesome. It was a little quiet, but that's okay. And actually, I'll be getting together with my son and grandkids coming up. So we haven't had Christmas yet, but they were doing some things and they were busy, and so we're going to get to see them.
Oh, that's exciting.
So and I know you had your family there, and they were all dressed so cute.
Yes,
I
this
saw
year
some
we
pictures on
opted
Instagram.
For silly outfits. Usually I make everybody get real dressed up, and this year just fun. Let's just have a good time and not get all fancy. So everybody was so comfortable, and my daughters were like in these rompers that were like sweaters.
They were cute.
So they were all comfortable, and my husband and my son were wearing sweaters, and we just had a nice time. Like you said, a lot of my family that usually come, they didn't, because we wanted to be safe. So it was kind of like lower key, I guess, like not as much as I usually do, but it was still nice, except that I miss that. I feel like I don't want to take Christmas down for like another 2 months, as you can tell behind our set, because it just feels, I don't know if it feels like, and I don't know if it feels like it to you some. I've heard already, like, I'm done with it. But like, I just still love that. I don't know, I love it. I need the Christmas music still.
Yes, well, and remember, Christmas, we have the 12 days of Christmas or after Christmas. So
okay, I'm down with that. That's good. I can handle that, yeah.
And God, we can celebrate Christmas because, Christmas is about giving and love and sharing and what you can do.
Exactly.
So, boy, you know what? I would love to leave the Christmas tree up all the time because it reminded me of that. So.
I know, right? I think we should leave the Christmas tree up, and we'll just...
me
and Miss Betty, I remember for a couple of years there, Betty, hi Betty, if you're watching, we had a Christmas tree the whole year. I had my Christmas tree. I decorated for every
Miss Betty did do that.
And so did Miss Betty, and we were like, we'd show each other our trees because it was just fun, I love Christmas.
Decorating. Well, decorating,
but...
so Christmas just exaggerates that.
Do you have any New Year's resolutions? Have you made any resolutions this year?
I think this year has kind of made you change your bucket list of things that you want to do. So one thing that I've always wanted to do is swim with sea turtles. So that's still on the bucket list. Now, whether or not I'll do that or not. But the thing that I really want to do is I want to go tubing in the snow.
Okay.
And that's not really a resolution, but it's a bucket list thing that I just want to do. However, I don't want to drive up there, so I need somebody to drive me up, make sure I got the clothes and everything. So I'm being a lazy tuber, I guess.
If you looked, we're in Southern California, so in Big Bear they got a lot of snow.
Yes.
And they also got snow in Mount Baldy. So
I saw that.
That's really close by. You could definitely go there.
Yes.
And me and my daughter were driving in this morning, and we were coming, and my daughter said, "Stop! Wait!" After I was able to defrost my
I know.
Because we're in California. Like I'm like, how do I deal with this stuff? Because I forgot that you have to defrost.
Yeah, I know.
I just back reversed and started going. I couldn't see anything. I was like, oh my goodness! But as the defrost was starting to work. Like you just saw, because we kind of have a mountain, and it was filled with snow.
I know, it's beautiful. I love pulling up here, and you see the mountain.
It was so beautiful.
Yeah. Well, and I love that. It reminds me of home, because I grew up in Ohio, and we always had snow in the winter. So, and sleigh riding, and, gosh, I think that's where this tubing thing just gets stuck, because
you have to go.
When I was a kid, oh my gosh, we loved to sleigh ride our street. The gentleman who used to clean our streets, his name was, I don't even remember what his first actual real name was. His name was Shorty Nelson, because everybody back home had a nickname that didn't match any part of you really. But Shorty, he would actually block off the streets with barrels so cars couldn't go down. And I lived on a brick street. So snow and ice on brick, we went down the hill. So, but it was so much fun. But he would do it for the day whenever because we had snow days. So whenever we had the chance, we would do that. So it was so much fun. So
that's why you need to go too.
Yeah, I know. And we would stay outside. We would outside all day. We would freeze our pants. We'd have 2 or 3 pants on, and
soaking wet.
It was so much fun.
Yeah.
So this, snow and Christmas always reminds me of those. It would be cold but cozy and full of love. So that's what I love. So
I think for me, I don't know if it was a hint from my mom, but my mom did buy me an elliptical. So I don't know if she was trying to say, Vickyville.
They work really good as clothes hangers. Mine used to have clothes all over.
Oh, that's true. So I'm gonna really, like I've said it for a billion trillion times, but I'm gonna try to drink more water, work out.
Okay.
And I want to read more.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
well, I've been trying to craft every day, as I was telling you a little bit. So, well, gosh, everybody, you guys get ready because you're going to have so much fun today. You're going to learn some new techniques, and there's going to be some companies here maybe you aren't aware of. So, everybody, our first presenter is Miss Ann from Craft Fantastic. So, enjoy, and we'll be back soon.
Hi everyone, it's Ann from craftfantastic.com, and I am super excited to be here for the classic Mega Make and Take. And I just want to send a shout out and a thank you to the folks at Stamp and Scrapbook Expo. Everybody there works really hard and makes it really easy for vendors. Today we're going to be working on these fantastic art card kits. This is a new thing that we're doing, and I would say we have about half a dozen to a dozen kits online, and we're going to be doing 5 different cards today. The first one is a sunny flower card. The second one is a scary Halloween card, and I love this guy's face, and it says boo, and it's got the little signature gems, and we'll talk about those later. And then a Valentine card, which Valentine's Day is coming up, 2021. And then this is our silhouette from our silhouette collection. And I love this. I love this robin's egg blue and just the stripes. And then I know we just had our holiday season, our Christmas, but here is something from one of our Christmas card kits, and it's really cute. It's got a little bag that you can slip money or a gift card in. And again, it has the little signature gem. So we're going to get started here, and go ahead and open up your bag of goodies. You've got all kinds of different components, and what I want you to do is I want you to set aside the envelopes because we're not working with those envelopes right now. But I want you to grab all of your image sheets, and that's how we're going to get started. And I want you to look, every card is numbered, right? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we've got 5 different cards in the kit. And you're going to cut up the different pieces, do a rough cut, and cut up the different pieces for your cards. So, and you'll notice that there's the number 5 on here, for example, and this says 5. What I want you to do is I want you to make sure when you cut that you leave the number on so you can tell, reference what card. And it doesn't matter what order you do this in. If you want to cut with me, the first one we're going to do is the one with the little harlequins on it. This is the artwork for the signature gems. And then this is some artwork for the Valentine card. So I'm going to cut this apart here. And again, don't worry about doing it in order here. And I'm just going to cut this out. Now, these are our little signature gems, and I'm just going to set these aside because we're going to work with these at the very end. So I'm putting that off to the side. So this is number 5, and this is number 5. So I'm going to set this here. I've got this one here, and I'm going to cut off more signature gems, right? These are signature gems here. So I'm going to set that off, and this is card number 4. And then this you've got a lot on. So this is number 4, choose one. This is the artwork for the little glass pieces that we're going to be doing. So I'm just going to cut this apart so I can still see the number. And I can still see the number on this one. And I can see the number on these guys. So this one is number 5. And again, don't worry if you're not cutting it in order with me. You're just cutting these pieces apart. Here's number 4. This is a number 3 right here. And here's a number 2. Next one is our scary Halloween mask. And I'm cutting this apart. And here's number 1. And then this is number 3, choose one. So I'm going to put that there. This is number 2, so that's going to go there. And now I'm cutting up the sheet with the seed packets. So I'm just cutting this apart. And this is number 5. This one's number 4. This one is number 4. And then this is number 1. This is number 1. Now this one doesn't need to be trimmed, and this one is a typo. So I want to make you aware of this. This is not number 1. This is number 3. This was a mistake. So I'm putting this, even though it says number 1, I'm going to put it in the number 3 pile. Okay, so now I'm going to set all these aside. I'm setting number 5 aside. I'm setting number 4 aside. I am setting number 3 aside with the wrongly marked one, the striped one. I'm setting number 2 aside, and we're going to work on number 1, which is our Halloween card, right? So we're working on this fabulous little card here, and with a scary face. And this is card number 1. This is the Halloween card. So that's what we're going to be working on. So what I'd like you to do is go ahead, and you're going to have these 3 components. You're going to have, this is for the glass, this is for the background, and this is for the face here. And I'd like you to grab an orange sheet of cardstock and a black sheet of cardstock. And we're going to be gluing this on here and the black one on here. And then I'd like you to open up your little bag of trays and glass, and I'd like you to pull out 4 of the mini squares. So that's 4 of the mini square pieces of glass. And that we're going to put together here. But I'm going to set this aside right now. And I'm going to cut out my 2 pieces of artwork. And just keep in mind that this is an exercise in imperfection. This does not have to be perfect. You are trimming this out right along the edge of the artwork. And it doesn't have to be exact by any means, because you want it to look handmade. This is not a die cut. This is not precision. This is not, this is just making it where it's fun and easy to do, and we're not too crazy here about it being perfect. And so now I'm going to cut out my little scary mask here. And I'm just trimming all the way around. And again, I'm just going along the edges here. It doesn't have to be perfect. This is about having some fun. And I'm just trimming right around those little ears. And do you see how I'm holding the piece in my hand, and I'm kind of moving it throughout through the scissors? I'm just moving it around, and I'm keeping my scissors in the same place. And I've watched people cut. I've actually watched people make things, and I'll probably mention this over and over again today, but move the piece around so that it's easy to work on rather than moving around the piece. If that makes any sense. So there's my little mask. Okay. So you can see that this is the orange cardstock here, and this is the black cardstock. So we're going to glue these 2 on. And you can use any kind of paper adhesive. When I first started in the industry, we had a glue stick, and that was about it. And I use glue sticks a lot. I make cards with glue sticks. They're easy. But there's nothing like a tape runner, and I happen to like these tape runners. These are from Scrapbook Adhesives. And I like them because they have little cuts in the run, and they're just more precise when they come out of the little applicator. I also like the smaller size applicator because it fits in my hand easier. So I'm just going to glue that down right there. And I'm going to do the same thing over here. And I'm getting it as close as I can to the edge without going over the edge. If I go over the edge, I can fold it back. These tape runners, these are from Scrapbook Adhesives. And I like them because they have little cuts in the run. And they're just more precise when they come out of the little applicator. I also like the smaller size applicator because it fits in my hand easier. So I'm just going to glue that down right there. And I'm going to do the same thing over here. And I'm getting it as close as I can to the edge without going over the edge. If I go over the edge, I can fold it back a little bit, like I just went over the edge there. Or I can trim it with my scissors. So I'm just going along here, just like that. Okay, and then I'm going to go across like this, and I'm just going to add a little more of that tape on there. And it doesn't matter, don't worry about it being straight or not straight. You just want to make sure you've got enough of an edge to trim off. Now, when I'm making these cards, I like to trim a little less than 1/8 of an inch off. And I don't mean to measure, I'm not telling you to measure, but just eyeball it. And I'm just trimming, trimming, trimming. And that's about 1/8 of an inch. You can tell that it's hand cut, and that's important, I think, because it is a handmade card. It gives it the charm, and it gives it a little interest and a little drama, I think. Okay, and I'm just trimming all the way around, slowly trimming. And I love, this is my meditation. This is my happy place. And I love this particular image. It almost looks like kind of a wild, like weaving or cheesecloth or something. It's pretty cool. Okay, so I've got our base here. And now I'm going to cut out our darling little mask here. And I'm just trimming, trimming, trimming all the way around. And again, it's at roughly 1/8 of an inch. Some people like to trim more. And I've seen really great cards made with a thicker edge on it. And this is how all of our cards are designed. There's no measuring. There's no, thought goes into it. You just glue the artwork down onto the cardstock, and that determines where you are going to cut the cardstock. So I'm just going around here. It's like being in kindergarten, just making stuff. I used to love the paste. I would eat it, actually. I can't believe I just told you guys that. I think a lot of people did. All right. So you've got your little mask cut out. And you see how that's going to fit onto your card right here, just like that? And now the next thing we're going to do is we are going to make our little glass pieces. And for those of you who are familiar with Craft Fantastic, you know the shtick on this. It's super easy to do, and it's super easy to do, and you're just going to take it. And this is new for us, this 1/2 ounce bottle of Fantastic Glazing Glue. This is the magic sauce too. It really makes life easy. It's non-toxic. It works great, and it really works for this particular task here. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm trimming. I'm not trimming up against the image. So you can see that I've left a lot of salvage around here. And you want as much as you can, and you'll see why in a second, because when I clean up with the Q-tip, I'm going to need this extra salvage. So I'm working on a scrap paper. I'm working on a hard surface. This is a nice hard surface. And I'm going to use my Fantastic Glazing Glue. And what you want to do is you want to squirt a blob in all 4 corners and 1 in the center. Now, you might want to let these dry before you trim them, and you can put this together later, so you could take a little break right now and just watch how I'm doing this. Or you could work along with me. But I've got enough glue on here, glaze and glue, that it's oozing out the sides. And what it's doing is it's carrying the air bubbles out from behind the glass. And you really want that. If we get calls from people who are having trouble with this stuff, it's always because they're not using enough glaze and glue. So again, you really want it to ooze out the edges because that's what creates the bond. And I'm just pushing on it. You're not moving it around. Don't move it around, because if you move it around, you might take some of the image off. And then once it's stopped moving around, I'm going to clean up the edge and see how I'm moving the piece around, just like the scissors, right? Make it easy on yourself. And I go through a lot of Q-tips. I buy them at Costco and the big boxes. And sometimes I think they think we're a little crazy because we go in there and we buy a lot of them. Okay, there's that. And I'm actually going to do this for all 4. So I'm taking that. And again, if you want to let these dry before you trim them, you can assemble them later. Just watch what I'm doing. I'm going to cut them when they're wet. And you do want to cut them when they're either completely wet or completely dry. You don't really want to cut them in between. So I'm going to actually go ahead and trim these guys because they're still a little wet. And notice how I'm kind of undercutting a little bit. I'm sort of beveling the edge. If you get a little bit of the glaze and glue on the top, let it dry and you can just scrape it off with an X-Acto later. Okay, there's one. And see how it really amplifies everything? And I'm going to clean up this one around the edge. I love this. I've started this company over 10 years ago, and I still love it. And I'm a person who gets sick of stuff really easily, but I just love what it does to the images. I love vintage images. It's just amazing, actually. And this is safe. Resin is not safe. You should wear a respirator. Oftentimes it doesn't set up. It's glass, it's not plastic. It doesn't scratch, it doesn't turn yellow. Some of you have probably had your embellishments turn yellow on you. It's very strong. This will go through the mail. When we first started doing this, we carefully packed the stuff, and then we started to realize, oh, this stuff doesn't break. Now, if you took a hammer to it, you could probably break it, but you really have to work at it, breaking it. We have cement floors here. We drop glass on the floors all the time, and 95% of the time it doesn't break. 99% of the time. It actually rarely has it broken. Okay, so this is our last little dab of glaze and glue. And as I said, just enough so it oozes out the edges. And you want to hit the corners because the glaze and glue travels in a circle. So if you're using a round or a circular piece of glass, you can just squirt the blob in the center. If you're doing squares or rectangles, you need to hit the corners a little bit because you might not get glaze and glue in there. And then you don't have that clear, fabulous look that you're going for. Okay, this is the last one that I'm going to trim here. Here we go. Just like that. Okay, so now we're going to put our card together. Now your cards are slightly folded in your kits, and you should have a bone folder. And I'm going to show you how to fold these cards. They're never perfect the way they match up. And so what you want to do is you want to really match up your little corners here. And then you're going to use your bone folder to really burnish that in place. And I'm using the edge here. I'm not going like this, but I'm using the edge because you don't want to drag this across the surface of your paper because you might damage that surface. You want a minimal contact, but you want the strong force of the bone folder. So you get a really nice fold here. And you match those corners up. And now you have your palette. This is our Luxe line, and it's great because they're A7s, but they're undersized rather, A7s. They're a little bit smaller than a standard A7. And what it means is that you can really load the front up with stuff and still get it into the envelope. And that's a great thing. So now you're gonna take your piece here and kind of lay it out. And you always want to, I do everything by eyeball. I don't measure. And the kits are intentionally set up that way, so you don't have to measure. If you want to make a little note, you know, with a pencil, that's fine. But I really like to do things where it's, you know, you kind of just use your eyes. It's good to work standing up sometimes because then you can really see the work. I'm short and it's a lot easier for me sometimes if I'm standing. I'm sitting right now, so it's a little hard for me to see what I'm doing here. Now I'm going to scoot this over. Okay, so that's kind of how I want it to lay out, just like this, right? And so the first thing I have to glue down is the base, right? So I'm going to set these guys aside, and I'm going to set this one aside here. And for those of you who want to mark, I'm going to show you how you can mark this. Okay, and I just found this great pencil. I love it. It's got a thick lead on it, but I'm just very lightly, and when you're marking paper, you always mark just with the faintest little mark, because you want to be able to erase it later. And what I did is I just put a little dot in all four corners. Now, normally, if I weren't teaching you how to do this, I would just eyeball this. Just make it easy on yourself. Because again, we're not going for perfection here. We're going for the look of something that, you know, you made by hand. This wasn't made by a machine. So I'm putting my, there we go. And again, this doesn't, whoops. There. Okay. So now, and it's very important to get, I want you to notice that the hashtag or the number sign, for those of you who are my age, this is not a hashtag, this is actually a number sign. So this is number 1. So make sure that the hashtag is first and then the 1, because we want this little mark here on the top rather than down below. And now I'm just going to match up my little dots here. And notice how I'm committing on the bottom first, and then I lay the whole piece down. Okay, so now you have this glued down. And now we're going to glue down our little mask. And I'm going to use puffy dots, and you guys are really familiar with puffy dots. I happen to like scrapbook adhesive puffy dots, and we sell those on the website. So let's see here. Okay, so I'm looking at this, and I kind of want a little less space down here than I do up above. So I'm going to scoot this up just a little bit, just like that. So it's about, it looks the same, but if you were to measure this, you would see that there's a little less space here because it's an optical illusion. This is called weighting, W-E-I-G-H-T-E-D. So I'm weighting the image, and if you go to a good quality framer, they're going to weight. They're going to put more space on the bottom and less on the top, and it's going to optically look, I probably should have put that right in the ear. It's optically going to look like it's the same, top and bottom. Okay, so now I'm putting on my puffy dots, and you guys know how to do this. Love, 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 love puffy dots. Who doesn't love a good puffy dot? Notice how I'm getting the ears, because you want to make sure that you're supporting, that you're going up as close as you can to the edge, but you don't want to see these things, right? And then you need to get a little support in the center. So I'm just going to add a few more here. And then this is the hard part, peeling the liner off. Actually, the older I get, the harder it is. And I'm just going to peel, 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 and it's hard to tell which ones. This should be marked in some way. That would be really fancy. Okay, so I think I've got all these guys off here. And now I'm going to look at it again. And what is it? Measure twice, cut once. That's what we're doing here. I never commit until I really make sure that it's exactly where I want it. There we go. And that's glued down there just like that. Okay, and so now we're gonna glue down our glass pieces. And when you're gluing down glass, you want to use the jeweler's dots or the fantastic sticky dots because they are flexible. They don't, you need something, if you're gluing down something that's really rigid, think about this going through the mail, right? You want everything, you want your recipient to get the card intact, right? Have you ever gotten a handmade card that fell apart? Well, I have, and you don't want your card to fall apart. Okay, so now I've arranged these exactly how I want them, and I'm gonna use the ones that aren't glued down as a reference for the one that I'm gluing. So I'm leaving this just like this, right? And I'm gonna take one of these out, but I know I'm gonna glue it centered right in the center. And I'm gonna use a fantastic sticky dot. Well, I'm gonna peel that off. And I'm gonna peel the orange liner off. And I gotta tell you, this really is the hardest part of making these cards, or peeling these liners off. Okay, and now I'm just gonna go in here and I am just going to carefully attach that. Okay, so now the next one I'm gonna do is this one, because I'm working my way out. And then I attach that, whoops. And I peel that off, whoops. Okay, let's see if I can hold on to the, all right. Come on, let's get this straight. Okay, now if this had just been 3 letters, it would have been easier because I just would have centered one of these right below. But I wanted I tried, when I first made it, I just did it with a boo, and I was like, nah, it really needs the exclamation mark. So now, but now it's easy now that I've got these 2 in here. Okay. Well, come on. And again, this part you can do after the class or after the workshop because, you know, you kind of know where these go. You've got an image, you've got a photograph of a finished one, and you also have the memory of me showing you how to do this. Take a break. I'm a big fan. All right, and then this is the last little guy. Okay, so you have your first card. We are gonna do the little signature gem at the very end, but you've got 1 card done, 1 out of 5. Hope you enjoyed it, and we'll get started on card number 2 now. All right, so the next card we're making is number 2, the Let It Snow card. And this is super cute. This has got this little bag that you can put a gift card in or something fun. So that is number 2. So I've got my parts here. I've got the bag, the little candy bag. And then I've got this one piece that you're gonna be doing with the glass. Right, and then I've got my little Merry Christmas down on the bottom. So I think we're going to make that first. So let's go ahead and I'm going to cut this out. That's the first step. And this one's easy, not too fussy, pretty easy. So I'm just going along, cutting along, right? Just like that. Here we go. Okay. And I'm going to get rid of the extra stuff. And I might use this card. In fact, I will be using this for another piece. So I'm going to, you know, keep in mind, you know, I'm not going to put it right in the center here. So we're just going to use our tape and just attach. Oh, and I got a little bit over the edge, and I'll show you what I'm going to do with that. There we go. Okay, I got some on my fingers too. So sometimes I go over the edge a little bit with this tape. And so what I'll do is I'll just take it and fold it back. I got a little extra here. And the other thing you can do, I've got a little bit on my fingers too. You can also trim it off slightly. You know, so I've got a little bit right along that edge I'm taking off. Okay. And then I want enough room so I can trim all the way around. Because again, you want that sort of hand-trimmed look. So I'm just gonna go like that. And I'm gonna set this aside for another card. And I'm just trimming all the way around. You can trim thicker or less thick, or as I said, I like about 1/8 of an inch, a little bit less than 1/8 of an inch. But who's measuring, right? There we go. You can see how that matches up there. Okay, so now we're going to create our little bag. And what you're going to do here, and it doesn't matter, you know, you're not going to get too hung up on this, but you're just going to fold about, well, 1/2 inch down. And I'm matching my sides up because I'm trying to make this into a square. Or well, not a square, but so it's sort of a rectangle. And then I'm just going to take my bone folder, and because this is a little fluffy and it's hand, you know, it's made by a machine, it's not going to be perfect, so you don't go boom across. You just sort of get that little fold in place. And don't worry if the flap comes up, because the weight of the jeweler's glass will keep that down. So now I've got this folded. I might turn it over, use my bone folder again, and I'm just sort of getting that fold in place there. It's not, and again, it doesn't have to be perfect. So now I've got my little gift card or money spot. And here I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to glue the bag down onto the cardstock, the green cardstock. So just go ahead and notice how I'm turning the work around to work on. That makes it a lot easier. I've watched people make things, and the people who do a nice job making stuff generally turn the work around to make it easier to work on. So they don't work around the work, they turn the work around so it's easier for them to work on. And you can actually just open up the little flap and just glue that down. It doesn't have to be straight on here because remember, we're going to trim this all off. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, and again, as I said, 1/8 of an inch, maybe a little wider on the larger pieces, a little narrower on the smaller pieces, but really, again, it doesn't have to be perfect, because this is a handmade card. Here we go, just like that. Okay. And I'm just trimming all the way around. I love this cardstock with a little shimmer. It's just beautiful. And it's a little uneven here, so I'm just going to nip just a little little bit off the edge here, just to kind of even that up. It's just a titch, just a little bit. There, I like that. I think that looks good. Okay. All right, so now we've got our little bag here, and I'm just going to go in here and I'm just burnishing it down with the bone folder just to make sure that everything's down there. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we are going to, and I think these look like little snowballs, but we're going to create our ribbon, right? And you do the ribbon first because if you glued the card down, obviously you wouldn't be able to wrap the ribbon around the edge. And I love working with a larger ribbon. I know a lot of people when they make cards, they use sort of a narrow, kind of a narrower ribbon, but I think you can go big on cards because it gives it sort of a oomph, a little drama, which is a nice thing. So what I'm going to do is, you've got your piece of ribbon, pretty simple. I'm just going to tie a knot in the center. So just go ahead and tie a knot in the center, just like that. And it roughly in the center, doesn't need to be perfect. And you want to get it really pretty tight because that's what creates the little poofiness, right? So there's my little ribbon right there. Now, the Fantastic Jewelers dots are great for gluing down ribbon because ribbon, the runner doesn't hold the ribbon down. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to glue this knot down onto the front of my little candy bag. And I'm taking a half of a jeweler's dot. And I use these like on the tiny pieces of glass. You'll see later on, but we're going to be cutting these up a little bit. These are small enough for, they go down to our mini size. But once you get smaller than the mini, once you get into the tiny, you have to cut them down. And I like to leave it on the sheet of paper, right? Because then you don't end up with little pieces all over the place. So I've got my one little half of the jeweler's dot, or the Fantastic Sticky Dots. And I'm just putting it, and I'm burnishing it on the ribbon. And you don't necessarily have to do this, but it makes it a lot easier if you do. Okay, so let's see. And again, the dilemma is just peeling that little orange liner off. It's kind of hard to do, but I got it off. Okay, now I'm looking here and I'm thinking, okay, my little Merry Christmas is going to go down here. So I want this up a little bit, not all the way in the middle. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it right there. I think that's perfect. And that just tacks that little knot down, right? And you might want to mess with the fluff a little bit, but I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to wrap the edge like this, right? And you don't want it to be super tight. And again, we're going to use our Fantastic Sticky Dots, and this time we're going to use 4 of them. And I'm just going to put them here, right? So they sort of line up, and then again, this doesn't need to be perfect. This is not perfection that we're going for here. Just like that, and I roughly line it up across. Here we go, just like that. And you can see how that's going to glue down. Now, if you glued it down this way, you wouldn't be able to see what you were doing. So what you're going to do is you're going to peel off the little liner, the pesky liner. There we go. On all 4 of these dots here. Someone who works with us, she uses jewelry, I can never say that word, pliers. We sell these great pliers, and she uses the pliers to peel these off, and that just works great. Just peels it, for some reason, just grabs it perfectly. And notice they're not perfectly aligned or anything like that. Again, you don't have to worry about that. There's no measuring in the Craft Fantastic world. We have better things to do. Okay. All right. So So now what I'm going to do is I want to match this ribbon up. So I'm just going to wrap this one around here. I like the way that looks. I'm leaving a little loose. And now I want to make that match sort of top and bottom and the height. And I think we're just going to, and I'm going to adjust this over. Just, whoops, I really adjusted it over. Don't want to do that. There we go, because I wasn't perfectly centered. But I think that that looks good. And it looks like a little snowstorm on there, right? Okay, and now I'm just going to trim the back of my ribbon. And it doesn't have to be perfect. You just go in here. But the key on this ribbon business is working from the front, right? Because now I can see what's going on. And that looks really good. And the sticky dot is holding this down, so that's good. Okay, so now we're going to get ready to assemble our card here. And the first thing I'm going to do is grab my card, right? And I'm going to match up. I'm going to fold it over, and I'm going to carefully match up the corners just like that. And then I'm going to take, and I'm going to kind of force it into place. Just like that. And I'm going to burnish that down. And you really hold on to it and really burnish the crap out of it. Did I say that? Crap? Well, I did. That's terrible. Okay. So now what you're going to do is you're just going to line this up. And I'm looking, and I'm keeping in mind that my little Merry Christmas is going to be down here. So I might want to scoot it up just a little bit. I like that. In fact, what I'm seeing here is that I want this, and this to match when I'm gluing it down. Because again, no measuring. So the references, and each card is slightly different, which is a nice thing also. So, because I'm going to glue this down on the bottom here. So now I have my reference. I know that I want this side and the top to all match. So I'm just going to come in here and get the runner on the back. And I'm avoiding the ribbon because we're going to use the sticky dots to glue the ribbon part. So I'm just putting this just a little bit here. And then I'm going to take more of these fantastic sticky dots, and these are great. You can really do a lot with these things. And it's so nice having them pre-cut, you know, because they're just so easy to work with. And you don't get, if you're not cutting them too, if you cut with your scissors, sometimes you get a little gunk on your scissors, but okay. And again, it's just peeling this guy off, making sure it's burnished down. And it's just getting in there, come on. This is where we need the music, right? Okay. You know, I just want to say it's so great that Stamp and Scrapbook Expo, you know, they're doing these events, because in this time frame, and we're going to get through this, it's just nice having a way to reach out to people and get involved, you know, and have some fun and make something. And I can't go to the shows right now, but we can still make stuff. And so I want to thank all my friends at Stamp and Scrapbook Expo for their hard work and just, yeah, the time that they take and the care that they take with the vendors and the customers. I've done a lot of shows in my lifetime, and I have to say, I would say that Stamp and Scrapbook Expo, they're the best promoter that I've ever worked with. They really bring it home. Okay, come on. Oh, goodness. All right. There we go, I got it. Okay, there we go. And now I'm gonna glue it down, remembering that the top and the sides are the sort of the same distance from the edge, because you're really making this little piece of artwork here. Okay. So there you have that. And now we're going to glue down our Merry Christmas. And I'm going to use some of my puffy dots. Good old puffy dots. I love puffy dots. And I'm hitting these corners, right? And you don't really need one here, but I would definitely put one right in the center. When you got to have a lot of space, you need a little bit. But you guys are, as I said earlier, I know you're very familiar with these guys. And then I'm just overlapping that just like that. And I'm going to come up, and I want about the same. It's about halfway. I'm going to do more with these little decorative bags. I think they're really fun, and they certainly serve a function. You know, if you're giving your grandkids some money or a gift card. And having the little piece of glass at the top really keeps that little flap closed. It's nice. Okay. So we're just going to put this down just like this. Boom, right? Look at how cute that is. And now we need to make our little piece of glass here. And I'm going to use a piece of scrap paper. And again, you know, you want to work on a hard surface. Just a reminder, right? And you want to make sure that you use plenty of the glazing glue. And I'm just going to take my, and we are now selling it in the 1/2 ounce. So we're going to start doing more kits and, yeah. So I'm putting enough on there so it's going to ooze out the sides. And I'm just going to push down on it. You want to really push. And I'm really looking at it. It's going to move around a little bit. But once it starts to stick, you don't want to move it because you're going to destroy your image. Now, many of you who use Craft Fantastic use it with family photos, and you know, you can use it with your own artwork. And this is a great way to make embellishments for your pages, but for your cards. It's not just for jewelry. Okay. And now, and if I were at home with like you guys are, I would, what I would do is I would cut this when it was dry. But because I want to show you how the finished product, I'm actually trimming it when it's still wet. But it's better to wait until it dries. You know, clean up around the edges, set it aside, and let it dry. Okay. There we go. And look, we have our little Frosty the Snowman, and I'm just going to glue that down right there just like that. And I'm going to use another fantastic sticky dot because remember, we're gluing, anytime you glue down the glass or the ribbon, you want to use the dot. And I'm not centering it on the piece because I'm going to be gluing it onto the flap. So I sort of have it off-centered. Make sure that you've got it right side up. As I said, I've been making stuff for a long time, and I have put things in upside down many, many times, right? And I'm just going to center that right there, just like that. And voila, you've got your little Frosty the Snowman Merry Christmas card. And we're going to, as I said, we're going to do our little signature gems at the end of the video. So, so that is card number 2. Okay. All right, so now we're going to get started on card number 3, and that is the silhouette card. And I love this one. I mean, this card kit is just so pretty to me, and I love the robin's egg blue, and I love the graphic, the drama that's created by the stripe. And I'm a big fan of mixing patterns. And something that's nice here is, you know, you've got this sort of floral pattern, but then it's juxtaposed on top of the stripes. And it really makes for some interesting drama and some good design. So we're going to start with our artwork. And remember, this is the one that says number 1 on it, but it's really card number 3. And then we've got our fabulous cabbage rose, and we're going to be cutting that out. And then here's our lovely choice in terms of the little glass embellishment. And I'm not sure which one I'm going to pick. I think I might do the blue silhouette, the little cameo. I'm not certain about that. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to cut. And again, we're just taking... You have to have good scissors for this. Now, I prefer on this fine cutting, I really prefer using a larger scissor. And I use actually large scissors for fussy cuts. I really could do all of my cutting with a larger pair of scissors. And I'm just cutting along that very faint line. You need bright lights and good glasses to do this. Okay. So I've got that trimmed. I love black and white with well, I love flowers and black and white combined with that. So, okay. So now what we've got, we have our two pieces. We have our background piece here, and then we have the cabbage rose that will be elevated with the puffy dots. So the first one I'm going to do is, I think I'll do the pink. And that is, we're going to glue this on it. Look, what a great contrast, that black and white. I love that. Okay, and again, more runner tape. Thank goodness for runner tape, right? And I prefer a smaller holder. I think it's easier to hold in your hand. I think it's also better. You can see it better, you know, but whatever works for you is great. And as I said, even glue sticks, I do a lot of stuff with glue sticks. You know, kind of whatever you've got around for paper adhesive works. Whatever floats your boat. Okay, and then I'm just gonna glue this down, and I'm not too concerned about how straight it is because remember, I'm going to be cutting that out. And I'm just using my fingertip to sort of burnish that down. And then on this one, I'm going to, and keeping in mind that I may use some of this black later, so I'll probably glue this down in the corners, so rather than the front, or in the middle rather, because then you can save a little bit for later. Okay, so I'm just going around, trim, trim, trim all the way around. Oops, not doing too well here. There we go. There, that's a lot better. Okay, and I've got a little bit hanging over the edge, and as I said, all I do is I just fold it back on itself, or I'll trim it off with my scissors. And then I just push that down. And I love this black rim on here. It sort of emulates the, you know, it looks like the stripes on the image. And I'm just going to cut that, do a rough cut. You always do a rough cut when you're cutting because it makes it so much easier when you're doing the finer cutting or the fussy cutting. And I just get in here and I'm trying to keep it nice and even all the way around. But again, remember, it doesn't need to be perfect because this is a handmade card. And what's nice about these cards too is you don't need a die or you don't need anything. You don't need any special tools. You just really need a pair of scissors. And I think we'll probably start selling just the images online. So people who have made these kits can come back in and actually provide their own cardstock and just use the images. And I'm just cleaning up a little bit where I didn't trim perfectly. Yeah, I think that looks really good. Look at that. That's nice. Okay. And whoops, getting a little leftovers here. Okay, there's that. And I love this pink shimmer, this dusty, sort of pinky shimmery cardstock. There we go. And I'm just trimming All the way around. Trim, trim, trim. Oops, getting a little too close there. Cutting 101, right? Again, you know, it's just, to me, it's just so, and I'm just going to straighten it up a little bit. It's just so cathartic and just, you know, so wonderful just to sit down if I'm having a rough day, and if I can just take a little time and make something, you know, it makes the world a better place. I think that's probably pretty good right there. I think that looks pretty darn good. So you've got your piece there. All right. And then I think I'm going to make my little piece of glass here. So I'm looking for, this is a link tray, and it's a link obviously because it has the 2 bales on it. And, you know, when you're making the Craft Fantastic jewelry, like you can hang things off of it. We should do a card like that. That would be cute with some stuff hanging off of it. But this is nice because you can run the ribbon through it. And I really like the look of this and the effect of this. It's very nice. And I think what I want to do, I actually think I'm going to do the silhouette. I'm in the mood for the silhouette, the classic cameo style. And I'm going to grab, this is our small size, or no, our mini square size. And I just love the way it looks. It just amplifies. And I'm going to use my fantastic glaze and glue, the super sauce. And this stuff goes a long way. I mean, this little bottle will probably make 100 pieces or something. It goes a long, long way. Maybe 50 pieces, but. So I've put a blob in all 4 corners and 1 in the center. And then I'm just taking it and I'm pushing, and I can even see those little air bubbles just traveling to the edges. We're really getting rid of those air bubbles. And I'm pushing down on it. I'm working on the, oh, I forgot my scrap paper. Come on. There we go. You want to work on a little bit of scrap paper because sometimes when you're wiping the glaze and glue off, the fantastic glaze and glue, you'll end up getting you know, some on the edge or whatever. And you want as much white salvage or salvage around the edge because otherwise it'll stick to the table when you're cleaning it up. And you do really want it to ooze out the sides. I mean, I think people are afraid of that. But that's really the secret to making this work. Okay. And again, I would let it dry at home. So you might just want to take a break and watch this, and you can see how I'm doing this. I just trim, and notice how I trim kind of around the corner a little bit, and I'm tapering in just a bit. So I just trim, trim, trim all the way around the edges, just like that. Whoops. There we go. Thank goodness for scissors. Okay, and I want to glue this into here. And this is how we came up with these super sticky dots. It would be nice if you could use this liquid to glue it into the tray, but you get into trouble. First of all, it has a hard time drying. And second of all, sometimes if it's a liquid, it interacts with the metal. And when we first started doing this, we were trying to use one glue fits all, and it just didn't work. And that's why we use the sticky dots. There we go. And I've taken that out. And make sure you get this going in here, right? Remember the bales are on either side, right? Here's my bale on either side. I'm not doing it like this. I'm doing it like this, right? And I'm just going to glue my little piece of glass in. And look at how cute that is. I mean, what a nice little embellishment. And someone could take it off and make a piece of jewelry out of it. Even just with some ribbon, you can make a little bracelet or a choker, or, you know, it would be very cute on a black thin ribbon. And so what we're going to be doing is this, the number 1 is right here. And this is going to get glued onto that. So that tells you the placement on that. And on these kits, that's what we're doing a lot of times. And then your rose is going to go right here. So we are going to take our card again, and we're going to line up the edges, and you really get that lined into place, and then you force it into place with your bone folder. Oh, I knew I had my favorite bone folder here. I've had this for 20 years or something, 30 years probably, and I'm just burnishing that down. And then I've got my card. And again, you want to sort of lay it out before you glue things down. We're going to attach this before we glue it down too, but you can see how that all fits together, right? So I'm going to take my, and I love this robin's egg blue, right, color. Such a great color. And you can cut this in half. And sometimes it depends. Sometimes I thread it through and come all the way just with one piece of ribbon. But in this situation, I wanted the double because it's very transparent. You can kind of see the black stripes behind it. So you want that double ribbon. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to take that and I'm going to pull it through. There we go, just like that. And I'm going to do the same thing right here. This is the hard part, threading it through, but I just use a little corner of the ribbon. And this is where we talked earlier about using a wider ribbon than you really need. That's what gives it the lush look. That's what gives it the gather. I mean, I could use a thinner ribbon on this, but I really want that nice, lush gather. And you have to work with the ribbon a little bit to see what looks good. See? That's so cute. I just love it. Love it, love it, love it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to glue this down onto here. And again, we want to use the super sticky dot because you need the strength and you also need the flexibility of the adhesive. You don't want something that dries rigid. And it's super easy. You're just going to put it down on top of that number, just like that. And then you're just going to peel it off. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'm going to make sure it's nice and straight on here. I'm actually going to get rid of this card for a second. And it's sort of between the three lines. And I'm just going to push down on it. And I might pick it up. And I'm pushing it into the tray because that's really going to hold that in place. It's not going anywhere. Now remember, we use the sticky dots to glue down our ribbon, right? You need that strength on the ribbon. So we're going to put 2 on the back, but we're going to work from the front like we did on the Let It Snow card. And I'm just kind of feeling where that's going to go, and I can sort of feel that. And again, it doesn't need to be perfect. Really what it needs to do is just catch this ribbon. And you might have to use another dot on here too, and you'll see in a second. So there's that one. And it's nice to work from the front because then you can really see how this is all laying out. So I'm going to peel off my liner here. There we go. And I'm going to do the same for this little guy right here. There we go. And the first one that I'm going to do is I'm probably going to do this one. Okay, now I think that looks really good. It's all about the ribbon and how it looks. And I love ribbon. I love ribbon. I love paper. Okay, look at how cute that looks right there. That's very nice. And now what I'm going to do the same treatment. And I'm going to, yeah, that'll look good. Okay. I look at the width, top and bottom, and I'm like, oh, that looks very nice. And it's pretty straight. And look at how pretty that is, just like that. And this is a pretty card. This card kit is really sweet. The silhouette. It's I just love the colors and it's a very traditional looking card, and I like that. It's nice. Okay. You could also use a family photo in here. I mean, remember that you can always use family photos or your own images with the Craft Fantastic embellishments in the jewelry. Okay, so I'm kind of looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, I want to weight the bottom a little bit. And here's my cute little signature. But we're gonna, as I said, we're gonna do all of those at the very end. And I think this looks pretty good because I am going to be adding this little piece down here later. You can also put it here. Actually, I think I'm going to do the little piece right there. So I think it would be really cute to put it right there. So I'm actually moving down a little bit. But I want this space to be greater than this space because remember, we're weighting 𝐒𝐿𝐺𝐻𝐡, the bottom a little bit. So I've got I can see even side to side and a little bit less space on the top. So I go in and I'm putting, oops, I always go off the edge. It's just, I don't know why. It's a fine line getting it right up to the edge and going off the edge there. Whoops. What's going on there? There we go. When you've got the embellishment on the front, it's a little hard to use your tape runner on here, but okay. Got that. And then remember, I've got a little ribbon here, so I'm going to use one of my fantastic sticky dots just to ensure that it doesn't come loose. Have you ever gotten a handmade card in the mail and it's fallen apart? I actually have. I appreciate the sentiment, but make cards that will hold together. And these cards you can mail. It's great to go to the post office and ask them to hand stamp it so it doesn't run through their machine. And they will do that for you. I've mailed some pretty wild things in my day. It's surprising what you can do. And I love our post office. We have a good post office. Okay, we're very lucky to have such a good post office. Okay. All right, so now I'm centering side to side and I'm giving a little bit more here on the bottom and I'm just gluing that down. Just like that. And now, and you could face the rose this way. Now on this one I have it sort of facing up and around, you know, because that's sort of how they grow. But you could also face it this way because they tend to grow down. And I think this one I'm going to do differently. I'll probably put on like this. But again, I'm looking at it before I glue it down and I'm checking the sides and I'm sort of noticing everything's kind of even all the way around. I'm not too close down here or too close to the top. Although look at how cute that is. You could do something like that or you could do that. You know what? I made a big boo-boo. We're doing this with the puffy dots because we want a little dimension. Okay, let's try that. Darn it. Well, this will be fine. Actually, I wonder if I can peel some of this off. Well, it's going to be elevated, so it won't be a problem. Okay. And I'll take that off. And it is nice. There's nothing like a little dimension in your work. I mean, it's so easy to do. And you can do it in different ways. You don't even need the puffy dots. You could cut up cardboard. And just if you make it a little bit smaller than whatever you're gluing down, you can just use your tape runner. And it's a great way to use up, save your old boxes and cardboard, your corrugated cardboard, because it has the same effect. Okay, we're starting over again here, folks. All right, And we're gonna just put this down here just like this. Side to side, top and bottom. Look at how cute that is. So that is card number 3, and we will start on card number 4. All right. Okay, so this is card number 4, and this is one of my all-time favorites, the Sunnyflower card kit. And I just, this is from the Sunnyflower card kit, and I just love, love, love this particular card. I think it's really sweet, and it says happy birthday. And here we have our artwork for it. We've got the seed packet, we've got the Shasta daisy and the sunflower in the green background. And then this is your choice to make the little piece of glass. And I love the Hello Sunshine, so I think we'll probably be using that one. I'm not sure, but the first thing you gotta do is cut out these 3 pieces. So you probably already started cutting already because you know what you're doing next. All right, so I'm just gonna carefully trim all the way around. And rather than do a sharp corner, I just nip that little corner just ever so slightly. I think it makes a slightly nicer piece. And I'm just trimming. Trim, trim, trim. And then I trim off along the bottom. Here's that one. My sunflowers, and I love sunflowers, and I love daisies. Daisies are great. I'd like to have a garden that just was like full of daisies. Actually, kind of sounds like fun. There we go. And again, I'm just trimming up and then trimming down just like this. There we go. And then I'm trimming this piece. Now, I'll give you a tip about cutting this piece out. Rather than trying to do the curves while you're cutting the straight edges, what I like to do is I like to just cut the straight parts, and then I come back in and I cut the curves. And I seem to get a better result that way. So I'm kind of obsessed about cutting. So I'm just cutting my straight line all the way down. And see, I just leave that curve alone, because I think it's better to come back in after you've trimmed. So I just trim, trim, trim all the way around just like that. And then I'm trimming some more. And I just love to make stuff. And this is so much fun. And I love giving these cards. I mean, people really are like, wow, you made this? They can't believe it. And it's so nice having the kit because you don't have to worry. So do you see I still have my corners here? So now this is where I'm going to come in and I'm going to trim my corner. Because my head space, I guess, is thinking around a corner. And when I'm cutting straight, I'm thinking I'm kind of in the space of making a straight line rather than cutting the corners. So I'm just trimming around just like that. And if you need to see this video again, you can watch this if you're just watching and you're going to make the cards later. Of course, you can watch it over and over again. Okay, and there we have that. So we've got our 3 pieces that are going to go into our cute little card kit here. I'm getting rid of all the scraps. Okay, and now I need to get some crafts cardstock, and that is right over here because that is going to go in the background behind this. And I'm going to use the balance of my green from my Christmas card, and that should fit right here like that. Okay, so I'm going to glue that stuff down first, making sure that I've got enough room for everything. And so I'm just going to take that, whoops, and I'm just doing my runner's tape around. And that's going to go there. And I might not have, did I give myself enough room here? That's going to be kind of tight. So this is going to be a little bit tight here because I was a little luxurious with my space on the daisy. So and I got a little bit extra on the edge here. So I'm just going to trim that right off. Oh, and I got a little bit extra here too. There we go. And I'm going to put this right up against the edge here because it's just a little tight in here because I came over a little bit too much with my Shasta daisy. And I'm just going to come around here. And as I said, I'm going to do my curves later. I'm going to cut my straight lines first and then do my curves. And this time I'm cutting a little bit closer than the 1/8. It's more than a 1/16, less than an 1/8. It's kind of in that range. And, you know, you kind of start these cuts and you get them to the point that you like them. And then you kind of stick with it throughout the entire card. So see how this one's a little bit thicker, this one's a little bit thinner. This is very forgiving. You can really do anything with this. And so this is gonna, the card's gonna look a little bit different, but each card looks a little different. It's not, this is not a cookie cutter situation. So I went kind of close on this one. And I like it close. And oh my gosh, sometimes you know, I've done a lot of teaching, and sometimes I get people in these classes who just, they are like the perfect cutter. I mean, everything is just like, it's just perfection. I'm like, how did you do that? And it's just, I think it's kind of in their DNA, you know. There we go. And it's so interesting, all of this stuff is like, how did we fall in love with making things? You know, why did we do that? Why did we do that? Okay, so we've got our 2 little seed packets cut out. They're super cute. Now, as I said, this is pretty close to the edge on here. So on this one, I'm actually going to go a little bit thicker because the larger pieces, you do want a thicker edge on it. So if you're really getting into it in the cutting, you can, on the small pieces, you cut closer. And on the larger pieces, you cut farther away. And dimensionally, it looks really good. Okay, so I glue that down. And again, I'm going to do the same thing where I'm thinking straight, not curved. So I'm going to cut all my straight edges first. I'm thinking straight, not curved. Okay. So that looks pretty good. Trim a little bit more off of this. Okay, and then I'm just going to put my little curved edges in. It's just a different thought process, kind of. I don't know. It's. There we go. And I think once you make one of our card kits, you sort of get how they work. And you can almost do it without even looking at the instructions. It's pretty intuitive. Everything's numbered, you know, and they all kind of work the same way. I mean, they look completely different. Each kit looks very different from the other, but the technique is similar. So we've got our 2 pieces here, right? And now we've got to, let's see, what are we going to do next? I think we'll make our little glass embellishment. And as I said, I'm going to use the Hello Sunshine because I love that one. My dad always used to say that to me when I was, you know, waking up in the morning. Hello Sunshine. So I have nice thoughts about that. And now he's 89 and he lives with me, which has been a real adventure. All right. So now you're going to take this. And again, I'm just going to push down on it. And what my goal is here is I'm not really moving it around. You don't want to move it around. You're just holding it in place, right? But you do want everything to ooze out the sides. And then you're going to take your cotton swab and you're going to work on a scrap paper. I'm always forgetting to do that because this glaze and glue does travel when you're cleaning it up. If you do get the glaze and glue, it's an acrylic-based product. It's non-toxic. If you do get some on your clothes or somewhere where you don't want it, try to clean it up right away, because if you can get it cleaned up before it dries, you should be able to get it out. If you get it after it's dry, it's kind of an impossibility. All right, there's that. And we're going to pop this in. Okay, and I am running out of jeweler's dots here, so I think we're gonna switch over. We're gonna use, so keep your jeweler's dots. You should have enough to, we're gonna glue down our little signature gem. So I'm gonna do this with my, rather than a jeweler's dot, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put some of my, whatever adhesive you're using, right? And we're going to use our twine. And you carefully unfurl this. And believe it or not, we cut this stuff. And we cut hundreds of them. And what you want to do, we're creating this little situation where we have the zigzags crossed. And you just push it down. And if you really push it in there, really get it in there, right on the number, and just watch what I do here, and I will show you twice. So I'm going to do it, and then I'll show you once again. It's 1, 2, 3. There we go. That's what you do. And then you come up, and we're going to rearrange this. So what you want to do is you want to end up with 1, 2, 3 little crosses. So let me show you one more time. And you can do it with me this time. So what I want you to do is put your, whatever glue you're using, you put that down on top of the number 4. And then you're just going to wrap. So just go ahead and get started. And you're going to wrap around 1, 2, 3. And then you come back up. And you're crossing over. And then what you're going to do is you're going to cut it. And then you're going to attach it onto, now we're going to use this for the rest of it. So just set that aside. And now you're just going to trim this right here. And really make sure it's stuck on there. There we go. There we go. And I'm just going to put a little bit of this on top. Oh, just to make sure. And yeah, because I just want to really hold that down. Okay. And then I'm just going to slide this around a little bit and kind of even this out a little bit. Just like this. And you'll see, once you get it on the card, you'll actually see how that's going to, how that's all going to look. So you're going to take your card. Okay. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to glue this base down, and that's really what this is. This is a base for us to build on. And again, I'm sort of contemplating where I'm going to glue this. Obviously, it's going to match side and side. And I want to come up just ever so slightly. Now, look at this, though. Our little sunflower comes up and it goes down below. So I might even lay this out, kind of, so I can really get a feel for it. But this seems to be coming down here just like this. So I think that I'm actually going to center it all the way around, because this is coming off here about the same amount. Or I'm going to make it. This card is a little bit more on the bottom, but this card I'm going to make with it, so it's the same amount. So let's put it on so it's even all the way around. So we're going to go ahead and put that on. I'm going to move this card out of the way right now because it gets in the way of things. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. And it's a little bit harder to, get the adhesive on. I'm going to get some in the middle here. There we go. Okay. All right. And I'm just going to flip that back there a little bit. Okay. So now I've got my card, and it's all folded and ready to go. And I'm just going to put this down, and I'm centering it side to side, top and bottom, because remember, we're going to play with that a little bit with the card, with the little seed packets. Okay. And the sunflower, the yellow sunflower, is going to go at the top. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to be sliding it in underneath the twine. And when you design a card like this, you obviously you don't want the images to be covered with the twine. So you want to either see it behind the card or just a little bit over the card. And my idea was, when I designed this card, is that I wanted these pieces to sort of be part of the twine, but I didn't want to, like, you don't want to obscure it like that. I mean, you could, it depends on what you're doing, but I like it when you can really sort of see the image. So I'm going to put that one there, and I think I'm going to put this one, because I said I'm going to actually see a little bit more. I'm going to do something like this, because I think that's kind of interesting to have that like that. All right. So the other thing that we're going to do is we're going to do this so it's at an angle. So the way you do that is on this one, the yellow daisy, or the yellow sunflowers, that's the first one we're going to do. You're going to put your paper adhesive at the bottom, and you're going to put puffy dots at the top. So what you're doing is you're actually forcing this piece into an angle, right? So go ahead, and I'm going to put 3 across. So it means this is going to be higher than this. So I'm going to peel my little puffy dots. And it's a little tricky to get that. And it's a little tricky to get it underneath without gluing it down, because you're going to carefully slide this in here, right? But you don't want it to attach yet. And what you want is, I want the little corners to come off either side. It creates drama when you have your elements sort of coming off the sides. If it were all inside, it wouldn't be very interesting. And it's very nice when it comes off the edge a little bit. So I'm going to attach that down here. And I'm going to attach that up there. And now you have an angle. So it's like the little seed packet is actually in the tucked into the twine. And on this one, we're going to do the same thing. So I put my adhesive on the bottom. And I think I only need 2 puffies on this one. I think 3 might be a little overdoing it a little bit. Okay, well, they really stick to you. I mean, I walk around sometimes and I go home at night and I'm covered in the liners from the super sticky dots. Okay, this one you want just hanging over the bottom edge a little bit, just like that. And see, you've got a little drama here. You've actually got a little drama going on here, but it's perfectly proportioned. And so you've got, and you can see how each is different. And actually, I didn't glue this one down, but I like it better when they're at an angle. I think it's, it just looks cuter, I think. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be attaching this here. And the other reason why I wanted this at an angle is I'm going to put a puffy dot or 2 puffy dots on the back of this. So this is raised up. So if these 2 were the same height, then it wouldn't be as interesting as... you need a slightly lower height is what I'm trying to say. So this is going to go over here because I want that to overlap right here. It's all about overlapping and angles and that kind of thing. I mean, and I always try things out and play around, and you can arrange them differently. But the first thing I want to do is create our little tassel. And I think the way we're going to do that is... Actually, the first, I'm going to tie this on, and whatever's left over, I'm going to make the tassel with. So let's go ahead, and we're going to tie this on to our little, and this just adds a little extra element. And you could just tie a knot, you could tie a bow, you could, you know, however you want to do it. And... make sure you get it nice and tight. And the way I do that is I put my thumb down on top of the, you know, I pull it, and then I'm going to tie my knot, and I don't move my thumb. Do you see how I have my thumb on here the whole time? And then I let go of my thumb at the very last minute. And I'm going to cut this right here so it's the same length. And then we're going to tie our little bow. And I think all of you have been doing that for a while. But some people are master bow tiers too. I got to tell you, some of the classes I teach, I get somebody in there. Now look at how cute that looks. I get somebody in there who can really tie a beautiful bow, and some people are better at it than others, and we all, you know, have our skills. Okay, so now I'm going to create my little tassel, and the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to get rid of this tape that's on my fingers first. And the way I've got my whatever's left over on here, and I'm simply going to double it like this, right? And then I'm going to double it again. And here's the hard part. I've got to get this stuff through this little bail, and I'm coming through the back, okay? So I'm coming through the back. And this is tricky. And again, you might want to watch me and then maybe do it later. But you want to pull all of this through here. And you can do it. I've done it many times. But sometimes it's a little tricky, as it is right now. Okay. It is possible. Just push that through, and I think we're good here. Okay, so now I have all these little loops here, right? And I'm going to move this out of the way. So now I have all these little loops here, And what you want to do is you want to open it up. And many of you have done this before. This is just there's a name for this knot, and I'm not sure what it is. But so I've got this open loop. So I'm just going to thread all of this stuff that's here through the open loop. Just like that, and then you pull it tight. There we go. And you get sort of a knotty looking thing here. If you've got a little liquid glue or something, you can also put a little bit on there. I'm actually going to take a little glaze and glue and sort of put just a drop in the back. Now don't put too much back here because you'll create a problem. Because you'll have too much, it'll ruin the look. So I'm just putting just a little drop back here, there. And that will dry and hold it all together. Don't pull on it too much now that it's got the glaze and glue on there. Okay. And I'm going to trim it after I glue it onto the card. So I'm going to take, now at home, what I would do is let the glaze and glue dry. That would probably be a better idea. And this is just a way, I mean, you could leave it without the glue, but this is just a way to guarantee that when the person who gets this card, that it's going to hold together. And I'm going to use 2 of the puffy dots, just like this. I love puffy dots. Love, love, love. Okay. And remember, I'm overlapping the edge of the sunflower seed packet a little bit. And then I'm just putting that all down like that. Oh, that looks so cute. Yep. Got a little bit of glaze and glue on the front of the glass. Don't try to wipe that off. Let that dry, and then you can scrape it off later with an X-Acto knife. So now I've got my cute little tassel, and I'm just going to trim that off right now. There we go. Okay. Super cute little card. And this one says hello sunshine, which I love. And as I said, we are going to put our little signature gems on at the very end. So that is your card number 4. Okay, so now we're going to do card number 5, last but not least, and it's just in time for Valentine's Day. And this is number 5. This is our Valentine card. So what I want you to do is, and you kind of know the drill at this point, I've got my artwork here. This is going to be for my piece of glass that I'm going to make. So we're going to cut out these 3 right here. So go ahead and trim, oops, all the way around. Just like this. Okay. Alrighty. And then we're going to trim out our little Harlequin darlings here. Just like that. All this paper. I just love paper. As soon as I get it in my hands, it's so, what can I say? It's just so, it's just my thing. I don't know if I was a paper maker in a past life or what the deal is. But I don't actually like to make paper. I've made paper in the past, and I'm not as a fan. Okay, so now I'm trimming all of this out, and Alrighty, there's that. And now what we're going to do is we're going to grab our remaining cardstock. You should have a sheet of black and a sheet of red left. And we're going to glue the harlequins down onto the black and then the black polka dot onto the red. And I have to say, you know, I love the drama of the black against the red here. And that's something that I really enjoy doing is using contemporary, because I think this is kind of a contemporary design, and then combining it with a vintage. And I think that creates drama. I like mixing patterns. I like, although I'm kind of a minimalist too, so. But it's interesting, you know, all the different tastes in the world and what people like and don't like. Okay, so now I'm just trimming this red edge. And if you've had it making cards and you want to take a break, just watch me because you sort of know how to do this already. So we're just going to trim this off. Just like this. Gosh, I love this red. This red and black. There we go. There's that. And then we're going to attach our little harlequins onto the black cardstock. Oops. Boy, I went way over the edge there. I guess I'm worn out too for making so many cards. And this time I think I'm going to trim this stuff off. It's really easy to trim. The only issue is it does stick to your scissors, but I'm sure you guys have all done this too. These are the tools, the tricks of the trade, the tools of the scrapbooker. Okay, our card maker. Okay, so we've got that. And okay. And there's that. Oh, I'm a little tight there. But it's still going to work. I'm just going to come in nice right along the edge here. And the smaller, and I think I've already, oh, and see, this is where you get into trouble. Now I've got tape all over that cardstock. The smaller your pieces, the narrower the edge you want it to be. So a larger piece, you can get away with a thicker edge. Although I've seen some people do this kind of thing with a really thick edge, or like pinking shears or paper shapers. You can do some really cool stuff with a nice zigzag edge on it. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit more off of this edge here. These scissors are a little gunked up. Oh boy, that is not, okay. You know what, I think I need a new pair of scissors because I've got some of that tape on there. That's the only issue about the tape. And my assistant D is grabbing another pair of scissors for me. So this is going to be a very narrow little edge on here. There we go, there's that. And then I've got my new scissors here, and that should make a big difference. Yep. It's like trying to cut a steak with a butter knife if you got a gunked up pair of scissors, right? And boy, do I love steak. Okay. All right. All right, I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm just trimming that down just like that. There we go. And that looks pretty cute. Look at those cute little girls, all dressed up with their little puppy. Yeah, I'm going to make this a little tighter here just because I can. So it matches with the other one. And I just got into trouble with the trimming because as I said, my scissors were a little gunked up. I'm just kind of cutting a little bit off the edge here. Well, come on. There we go. Okay, I think that's better. All right, so I've got my pieces cut out. And you guys know how to make the little decorative piece here. So I'm actually not going to do that. I'm going to let you do that when we're done. But I think I'll use this one, right? And this time you want the bail, rather than running this way, you want it to run this way, right? So I'm going to do that later. I would put my super sticky dot in here and put my little piece in here. And then I've got my red ribbon. And this time, rather than cutting it, I'm just going to run it through. And actually, I'm going to do this. Got my red ribbon. And this time, rather than cutting it, I'm just going to run it through. And actually, I'm going to do this. Makes it a lot easier. There we go. And and I love this ribbon, this faux silk ribbon. There we go. And I just love the way it bunches up, and it's got a nice body to it, which is it's very nice to work with these cards. Okay, so that's all gathered together. And then I'm going to take my little, and of course I've already glued my little piece of glass in, so pretend we got a little piece of glass there. And I'm getting ready to, I'm going to put my super sticky dot right on top of this number 5. If you've run out of the super sticky dots, you can just use a high-tack adhesive, but you want something that's really got some oomph. And you're just going to stick that down just like that. And that's going to keep it in place. And you could probably get away without sticking it down, but it's going to make a better, stronger card. And remember, we're going to use the dots for the ribbon. And again, if you've run out of the super sticky dots, you're just going to use something that's high tack. And you're working from the front, not the back, so you can actually see what the look is going to be. Oh boy, this is always so hard. Okay. And then I'm just going to pull that fairly tight, right? And it's going to stick on the back. And then fairly tight here. Not too tight so that the card buckles, but just tight enough. You don't want it loose. And then I'm going to trim that off. Right. Okay, and now I'm going to get my card stock, my base, so I can build my card. And I take it, I match up my corners, get those all matched up, and I really bone fold it. There we go. And I'm just going to, I think I want to put it down. I want a little more here than on top here. I feel like I want to scoot it over a little bit than this one was. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put my paper adhesive on, remembering where the where I'm going to place it. And I would normally put a little super sticky dot on here, but I think you guys have run out of them. So this should work okay. But always try to use the super sticky dots when you're adhering ribbon or anything that needs that super high tack. Okay, so then this piece is down, and I would have my little glass piece in here glued in. And now I'm going to put my first little harlequin down, and I want it slightly under the ribbon. And I want to pay close attention to this area right here, because that's where the drama is right there. Surprise, surprise. And if I go like this, well, that would work. I don't think you want it to match right there. You either want it off or on. And I think in this situation, I'm going to put it on because I want the sides to sort of match here. So I'm going to do that. You know, when you're making these cards too, every card turns out a little bit different, as you know. And again, that speaks to the fact that it's handmade. So as I said, I was just going to tuck that in underneath there, just ever so slightly. Maybe move that up just a little bit. There we go. Okay. So there's that. Okay, that looks really good there. And then we want to lift this up with our puffy dots. I'll tell you who, the first person who came out with puffy dots, wow. That's like the guy who invented Post-its, right? It's the best thing. But as I said, you can use other things. Like if you've got some mat board lying around, you can just chop that up and use it in the same way. It doesn't have to be, you don't necessarily have to use the double-sided puffy dots. There are other things you can use. Old cardboard boxes work great. You can just chop those up. And I think it's good nowadays to, you know, use the stuff up rather than throw it away. Okay. So then this little piece is going to go down. Where am I going to put this? I'm going to put it right here. Just like that, because I want a little bit of this edge showing here. And there we go. And there's our cute little card. And so now I'm going to talk about, last but not least, I'm going to talk about our little signature gems. And you have your choices of different colors and hearts and whatnot. And what this is just a way to tell the recipient, yes, I made this. And what you do, I'm just going to tell you how to do it, and you can do this later. But you just squirt a little blob of the fantastic glazing glue on here. Remember, you work on the hard surface, you push down, you clean up around the edge, you do what we've been doing on the last 4 cards, and then you trim it. And then you end up with a nice little signature, and you can really put them wherever you want. Let me show you what I did with this set of cards here on these little signatures. On this one, I put it here, right on the Valentine. On the Boo, I put it right here on the traditional side, the right-hand side. On the Sunny Flower card, I put it actually in the piece itself. I felt like it really would stand out against that green. On the little card with the bag for money or gift cards, traditional, lower right. Got the little black and white heart here, and I love that because it just sort of pops. It's very graphic, and I think it works very well with the stripes. And then you've got your Valentine, last but not least. So I hope you enjoyed this. I know it was a long class, but I hope you feel like you got a lot out of it. And I just wanted to thank you. And I want to thank everyone for at Scrapbook Expo or Stampin' Scrapbook Expo for hosting the classic Mega Make and Take. And this is Anne at craftfantastic.com. And I just want to tell you that we love you and we miss you and we can't wait to see you again. So have a creative day and have a fantastically creative day. And I hope you enjoyed this. Thank you. Hey there, it's Ann again from Craft Fantastic, and I just wanted to show you a couple of things we've got going on at Craft Fantastic. We're really getting into the cards, and we've got a lot of new styles and everything. So let me see here. Well, first of all, I'll show you the card kit. This is our Royal Heart card kit. And as you can see, it's super bright colors, and it's all based on the same thing that that we just did, you know, with our the Mega Make and Take. And I mean, this is just super cute. And this is one that sort of is a best friend or friend card, but also you've got a little happy birthday in there if you need that. And you have your choice, so you can make these as you want to. And then there's neutral, so you could use these for Valentine's Day, which is coming up. So there's this one. There is the Sunny Flower card kit. Oh. And let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this has the option Hello Sunshine or Happy Birthday. And I love this one. And what I like about this one is I think it's a little unique because we combine purple with the sunflowers. And it's not a typical color that you're going to see with the sunflowers. But I thought that was a cute kit. So I wanted to show you that one. And then we've got our silhouette, which is my personal favorite. And that is the black and white Queen for the Day. And again, you have your choice, birthday or not. See, it says happy birthday here. And I think we did make one in our Mega Make and Take. And I love this with the giant cabbage rose. And I just like the juxtaposition. Again, I think I mentioned that, of the stripes combined with the floral. I kind of love that look. A card kit that I'm really excited about, and we just finished this one up, is our butterfly kit. And look at this one. This is a vintage book cover. And again, happy birthday, or you have your choice of inspiration. And this says fly. This says fly with great joy. And I think this is really fun. And this has a cool technique where you're actually backing the paper with a sticky black paper stock. And then that gives these butterflies the little, the extra heft that they need. And then this one's really cool. We've actually cut the wings out and then we put the body on top. But it is three-dimensional because it does have a little, it's lifted up. But that is our butterfly kit. And let's see. And then we've got Halloween kits. We've got, I'll show you a quick peek. Here's a Valentine card kit that's going to be up on the website. And I think you all have seen, but maybe not. We've got the Let It Snow card kit. And here are some of the cards from that. And you did this one, but with the polka dots, right? And here's your little bag for your money and your gift card and the Halloween card kit. Boy, let's see here. We've got lots of cards here at Craft Fantastic. So there's the one that we made. And then just this cute little vintage 50s witch. And then more, Halloween fun. And then my personal favorite, again, these are from our, they're kind of messed up here, but these are our quote card kits. And in the quote card kits, what you get 3 trays, 3 pieces of glass. You get images that go in there, but most people are using their own images, family photos. And then you get the cards, and this is a way to use up your scrap paper and leftover paper. And here's some paper that we had just laying around, and we just trimmed this. And then you just use a little bow, and again, your scrap ribbon. And this one we just put we used to sell these. We don't have these right now, but a cabochon in. But you can put anything in the trays, and then you can use up the paper and make a lovely handmade card with that. And it's super easy. That's a quickie card. And I just wanted to remind you about this little signatures that we've got, right? Remember, and all of our card kits, all of our 5 card kits have the little signature gems with it. And what else do I want to tell you about? Oh, I want to tell you about, it's coming up. I don't know if it's been opened yet, but Crafting Stole My Heart, and I think it's January 17th. I'm pretty sure about that. But this is our little project here. And this is with the Noir line. And we've got a lot of Valentine stuff coming up too. So you might want to stay tuned for that. But with Stamp and Scrapbook Expo, we're making this lovely little heart necklace, this layered necklace with a 30-inch chain. And you can make that any length. And then a cute little key ring. And that is it. For this particular, for the Mega Make and Take, this for today, for all of you. We've got an exclusive special, and it is 20% off site-wide and 10% off all art card kits. Now make sure that you put this in, because we normally don't discount any of our kits ever. And the code is Celebrate 2021. I still can't get used to saying that. That's 2021. It's always hard. The first month, I'm dating everything 2020, but Celebrate 2021. And it ends on January 10th, so that's a week from now, from today, on the January 10th, 2021. So I just want to thank you guys for all your hard work, and I just want to remind you that we really miss you, and hopefully we will see you soon. And this is Anne from craftfantastic.com. Have a fantastically creative day. Take care, and I hope you're really enjoying your day.
Welcome back, everybody. And Vicki, Craft Fantastic, we always think of them as memory jewelry pieces, but I'll tell you what, Anne, these cards are phenomenal using her memory jewelry products. I mean, and I just love them because they're so unique. And who thinks about putting jewelry and such, or jewelry products on cards?
Right.
And and the thing about the images and everything, I mean, there's endless images. Just like this, it's got the boo, and this shows up so great. And I love how she puts on there handmade,
right,
so everybody knows. I mean, just look at that. And I love how the cat is popped out a little bit.
It's so vintagey. I love it.
It is.
Vintage.
Yes.
So cute.
And this one, when I was watching, I thought of you because of the bows.
Yes.
But, look at that, the Merry Christmas, and how cute this is with the little snowman on it.
So cute.
It just adds so much to the cards. And, here's another card, very, very vintagey looking. And, I love that. But, just adding, and look with the ribbon, I mean, look how elegant, that she was able to do this. And then this always reminds me of, spring and gardening.
Yeah.
And who wouldn't like to get that card with the sunflowers, which I know you like to.
love
Boy, this is like bows and sunflowers.
Know,
this
vintage,
is
so
exactly. And always adding that little handmade, which is, I just love that,
signature.
And, this card too. So, I mean, just look all the different varieties that you can do. And, she uses, that's jeweler's glass. That's not plastic or something, fabricated, like she says. And her glues and everything are just, top notch. I've never heard anybody say this didn't stick or anything like that. And it's so easy to work with, and, just like any product, as far as like, I noticed adhesives, you kind of, you might need to practice a little bit, making sure that you get enough, but not too much.
Right.
But what's nice too is that wipes right off. So great, great products and awesome cards, great ideas for sure. I mean, you could do a whole year's of cards.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I went on the website and, oh my goodness, there are just beautiful. I know I've said this before, but at Halloween, I had bought myself the Halloween jewelry making kit, and I wore it every day, and here too, and we're like always moving. Yeah. It withstood everything. I'm hyper. It lasts too, and it was awesome. On the website, they had beautiful card kits. There was one called the Royal Hearts card kit. It's so pretty. You could use it for Valentine's. That's coming up too. Yes. You need to get that one now. Right. The Sunny Flower card kit. I loved it because it was sunflowers. Like you said, I love sunflowers. But it also combined purple with it. And I thought that was a beautiful combination. There was the silhouette card kits, which it could be, it's this line right here. So it's turquoise and black, and I love the flower with the stripe, and I thought that was so beautiful. That's gorgeous. Like you could use that, like you said, have that on deck ready to go.
Yeah.
I was thinking about Lorraine when I saw this kit. It was called the Butterfly Card Kit.
Oh, yes.
Lorraine loves butterflies.
Yes,
Hi,
yes.
Lorraine, if you're watching,
Yes.
I was thinking about you with this one. You need this in your life, as she would say.
Yes.
Because it's beautiful butterflies. And
Yes.
you have friends, or it's just nice to have and to give. So I thought that was a must-have. So on the website, they have all kinds of different kits for Halloween, Valentine's, Christmas. You might want to go and buy the Christmas to add to your scrapbook layouts, or you know, your whatever you're working on in craft-wise.
Yeah,
right
exactly.
now.
And I didn't mean to interrupt, but yeah, I mean, any of these you can add right to your pages.
Exactly.
You know, a mini book or
yeah.
a scrapbook page.
And that is an envelope, so you could hide a hidden message in there.
Yes, love it, huh?
Make a tag or something. Yeah,
Yes.
that'd be so cute. There's also I like the quote card kits, so you could add your own photo in there. So say you have like a grandchild and you want to do their little cute little picture, your pet or anything, the sky's the limit, and add it to a layout, a card, your jewelry, whatever. So there's so many things. So let me go ahead and
she has a great special too.
Yes. So right now, Craft Fantastic is 20% off site-wide and 10% off art card kits. So all these card kits that I was just talking about, 10% off of that. So you're going to want to use code CELEBRATE2021 to get that awesome discount.
Great.
So
What great way to start out and celebrate the new year with some of these great kits from Craft Fantastic.
Absolutely.
So thank you, Miss Ann, and Happy New Year to you. And now we have a great layout project and mini book from the great people at Quick Quotes. So we'll be back.
Hi everybody, it's Stacy from Quick Quotes, and I am here today to walk you through a fun double page layout make and take. Plus we have a little bonus kit that we sent to you as well, and this little mini book here. Super simple to make, and we just threw that in for you so that we could show you an easy way to do a mini book for a little gift or for yourself. We are going to start by, in case you're just here to see some of the deals, we will give you our special for the event here. It is save 25% on any regular priced items on our website if you use DEC20 code. So if you go to shopquickquotes.com in the next 2 days by January 5th, you get to save 25% on a $25 order or more on any regular priced items. Plus, our holiday category on our website is 40% off of everything in our holiday category. And that's not just Christmas. We have Thanksgiving, we have Easter, 4th of July. We have all kinds of stuff in that holiday category. And for 2 days, it is on sale at 40% off. And I know that the quantities are a little bit low after just having the holidays. So if there is something in the holiday category you see that you like, I would grab it at the 40% off before it is gone. So those are the specials for you. And we are going to get started with the happiness page layout. So if you are here for the make and take, if you're tuning in for the make and take, this is the project that you received in your box. And we will also run through the little mini book after this, but it's a very simple project. So we'll get started on the happiness layout. If you have your kit, go ahead and start punching out pieces. When I punch my pieces out, I just kind of lay them in like colors so that I know what I'm looking for. I'm gonna get my trimmer out here. Most of our kits that we make, that 𝐒𝐿𝐭𝐡 makes, we try and do not a lot of cutting diagrams, but there are a few. We're gonna do a little bit of cutting to get that out of the way to begin with. So if you have your trimmer out, go ahead and punch some things out. I'm gonna try and go at a slower pace and try and keep everybody at the same pace. If you have any questions or anything, just let us know and say hi in the comments. We would love to say hi back or see where you are watching from. All of our kits also come with very clear instructions too. So if you ever want to just skip out and not sit through this, you can either watch this video later, or there are color picture instructions that we have in there for you as well. So on the front here, it's a clear color picture. And then on the back, there are step-by-step instructions. And we are gonna get started on page 1. And we always suggest which color Powder Puff chalking inks to use. If you have never used our Powder Puff chalking inks, they are a soft chalky, they leave a soft chalky look. They go on wet, dry quickly. We use them on almost all of our kits. We have probably 100 colors to choose from. For this kit, we have chose Blackberry Cobbler and Amaretto. But those are just suggestions. You use whatever colors work for you. So to start, we are going to, in your kit, I know you're probably still punching some of the things out. We're going to do this first cutting diagram. So if you see this little sheet of paper with some directions on it, on the back, there is a cutting diagram. There is a 6x12 piece of paper that looks like this. Tan on the back side, purple and tan on this side. We are going to cut a 4x6 just by this diagram, 4x6, 4x6, 4x4, and then a couple little pieces here for your banner on page 1. So let's get started there. Grab your 6x12 tan and purple piece of paper. We are going to put it in our trimmer and cut it at, it's already at 6 inches this way. So we're going to put it in, cut it at 4 inches, move it down, cut it at another 4 inches. So you have 2 4x6s, and I'm just going to set these up top here so when I need them, I can grab them. And then we are going to do this 4x4 piece here. So the piece that's left, turn that to 4 inches. Oh, wait, where are we at here? Make sure, yeah, 4. And then we need a 4. So we have a 4x4. And then this little piece that's left over, we want to do a 1x2.5. So what are we at here? What's this at? Okay, so let's cut this down to a 2.5. So we'll put this little piece in at 2.5. Trim, and this little piece is extra. And believe it or not, we use most pieces. So if you ever think something is a scrap in our kits, I wouldn't throw it away quite yet because we try and use almost everything in the kit. And then we're going to turn this piece and cut at 1 inch. So then you should have 2 pieces that are 2.5 by 1. And these are for your banner on page 1. So I'm gonna sit those up as well. So that's the only cutting diagram I believe in this kit, which makes it very easy because you have all the pieces now to just start layering stuff onto your page. We will get the 2 background pages. They look like this with stripes. And if they still have the tabs on them down here, we're gonna go ahead and trim those off. Sometimes we already have those trimmed off for you. Trim those tabs off the bottom, and those are scrap pieces, so you can just throw those away. And I'm going to move my cutter out of the way and get started here on page 1. So on page 1, you can see there is a purple, it's like a dovetail here, banner piece that goes along here. We're going to cut that one first. And that is a 5" by 12" purple piece. And what we're going to do is actually cut the dovetail in the bottom of it. So you can either just trim up like this if you would like to. One way that I like to do it is if there is already, you may have punched one out already. On the second page, there are purple ones that have already come out of a laser that you have. So what you could do is lay, this one was punched out of the laser cut that you had. You can lay this right on top of there and kind of cut it at the same angle. And I'm going down just a little bit further because this one is actually a little bit longer. I'm going to go down and just go along that angle, the same angle as the one that is out of the laser. Stop in the middle, come to this side. And there you go. And one other way to do it, which is something I use a lot, I actually usually just fold the ends together like this, and then you can trim like that. So if you ever want to make a nice even dovetail, you can do that as well instead of tracing another one. You can use this, and we're not going to cut this, but this is what I normally do, is I do it like this, and then I trim up, and it leaves a nice dovetail on it. But this one is already cut, so we're going to, when you have that cut, about 1.5 inches in from the right side of your page 1, we are going to go ahead and glue this down to your page with whatever adhesive you like most. I like my ATG gun. I also like to use this one because I have a picture of my son stuck to this. I think this has probably been on there for 2 years now, and I can't bear to take it off. I love seeing his face every day. So about 1.5 inches in from the right side, we're going to go ahead and glue that purple one down. Now the 4x6s that you just cut out of the cutting diagram, that is a piece that we're going to use. Also on page 1, out of your laser die cut. So you see here, and you might have these already all punched out, but you can see here all the square lasers. On page 1, we are actually looking for this piece that goes right behind here, this first piece, which is this piece here. So I'm going to move that out of the way. So I'll punch this out. And the piece you're looking for is, let's see, it's 4x5. So the 4x5 piece that has script on it, it came out of one of your lasers. I'm just going to lay these down onto the page so that we can get things in place. And then we can go back and we can chalk and glue things down. Of all the pieces that you have cut out, we can just layer, and this is where the color picture instructions come in very handy, because really you can see where all of this stuff goes without having to read through every step of the directions as well. So we have on the 4x6, there is a scalloped little piece here that we're going to put a button on, and we layer it on a purple scallop here. And I move these up just a little bit because these are exactly the same size. You want to move them up just a little bit so you can see the purple. And again, I'm just going to lay that down so we can get things kind of in place. Next, we will be using on page 1, we are going to find the script pieces that go behind these frames and the 2 frames that fit on those tags. So out of this laser, we are going to use these 2 pieces to make the frames on our banner that hangs above. And I'm punching these out as I go, but usually I punch out all the pieces and I kind of put them in piles so I can sort through them as I go, if you have enough space on your table. So we're going to layer up this banner just the way you want it. And honestly, if there is something that you want to change up, you go right ahead. Because honestly, I am not the boss of you and you can do it any way you want. I'm going to go by the directions here just so I can be consistent with the directions. But if there is something that you want to change up and you like the look of something else, you go ahead and change it up. And we are just going to layer, just like if you check out your picture on your directions. Now I am going for the happiness white backer. Punch that out. And when I'm designing these kits, I definitely, before gluing things down, I definitely lay everything out because sometimes I do like to change it up, and once it's all glued down, it makes it very difficult to just switch things up. So I like to make sure that I like the look of it before I actually adhere anything down to the page. And again, as you go, if you want to chalk these up, I know a lot of you have used our Powder Puff chalking inks before, so you go ahead and chalk things up the color that you feel fits your page best. Okay, we have the happiness. Now, I know this is a little bit delicate, the purple happiness. We're going to punch that out. And to get this glued on, since it is kind of thin, I use a glue pen. So a fine tip glue pen to get this adhered to your page. So we got the H. I'm just gonna lay that out there. And I'm gonna carefully punch out the happiness. I'm trying to be as gentle as possible here. Some of these are a little bit delicate. Try to put very small notches in there so that things don't get hung up. Okay, so we'll put the happiness out there. We can adjust that here in a second. And don't forget your little dot on your eye here. Okay, and then I would be searching for a glue pen here to go ahead and get some of this stuff glued down. Now, if you take a look at the first page on the directions, you can see these pieces here. They're all kind of just layered. There's all of these are out of a laser cut. And then the ones with the pictures on it, they come out of this sheet of quotes and phrases. And honestly, you can use these if you want to, just like we did in the picture, and trim those out, or you can actually hang some other quotes and stuff from your banner if you choose to. Some of these would look very cute hanging from your banner if you want to switch some of those out. I'm going to go by the directions and I'm going to go ahead and use these here, but just know that you do it how you feel fit for you. If there's other quotes that you would rather use and hang from your banner, you go right ahead. But I am going to cut out these 3 little banners with the flower and the fern on it. I just love these colors. I use them a lot for fall. And we seem to have just carried them right over throughout fall into the beginning of this year. Which I'm happy to say, Happy New Year. I'm very excited to see 2021 roll around. How about you? Let's see what 2021 has in store. So you can probably hear a train coming. Just for those of you who have not watched any of our live videos before, our warehouse is right by the railroad tracks. So it sounds like the train is coming straight through our warehouse. It's really not. It's just very, very close. We do live events on our own Facebook page, on 𝐒𝐒𝐁𝐄 Scrapbook Company Facebook page. And when we do our live events there, it's usually an all-day event because we're teaching classes all day long, which we would love for you to sign up for. Our next one is on February 20th, which is on our website to sign up. But we give away tons and tons of prizes throughout that day, and every time a train goes by, we give out more prizes. So we use the train to our advantage, and we just give prizes out every time the train goes by. I'll also show you in a little bit the kits and stuff that we'll be doing at our February 20th event too. So we would love to have you there. It's a full day of classes and fun stuff. Okay, so once you get those punched out, I want you to find any of the little banner pieces that are from your die cuts, and you can just start layering these on. I'm going to chalk up a few things so that I can show you how to use the chalking inks if you've never used our chalking inks before. Right here we have Blackberry Cobbler, Amaretto, which is a really nice brown, matches almost everything. I'm going to go ahead, since this is going to be on a purple, I am going to use Amaretto. So you just take, the chalking ink pads are fairly large so that you can cover a lot of space. There's also tails here too that you can get into little cracks and crevices and stuff when you go and do smaller, more delicate stuff. But I just hold it in my hand like this, and you can just chalk the edges. Very, very simple. It goes on wet, dries very quickly, so it dries permanent. And you can make it as dark or as light as you want. You want it darker, you just go around another time, hold it lightly in your hand and just kind of spin it around. And you can see it gives that kind of soft, chalky look without having the mess of chalk. So since I already have this chalked up, I'm gonna go ahead and put a little adhesive on the back. I'm gonna put it on your little button holder here, and remember to put it up just a little bit so you can see the purple behind it. I'm going to chalk up my little frames, and you go ahead and chalk any pieces that you would like to. I'm using Blackberry Cobbler on these, and it just kind of gives it a little extra dimension, a little more color to your page. This Blackberry Cobbler is really pretty. Amaretto is one of my all-time favorites. It matches basically any layout that you're doing. The Amaretto has a really soft antique look to it. We'll add a little color with these, and I'm going to go ahead and use my glue pen. And if you don't have your pictures handy, which most people wouldn't have pictures to put in these right now, you can do that afterwards. But what I do is I just put a little adhesive on one edge so that you know where you want things to go. And then you can always go back, flip it up, put your picture in. And with all of our classes, like even for our events and stuff that we do, we try to teach all of our classes so that you can easily add pictures later. You don't have to have your pictures handy. So all of these little tags and banners here, I'm going to chalk up. And if there's a color you want to try, you go ahead and add whatever you want to your page. We have a lot of people suggest colors that I would have never thought would go with the layout. And it turns out really amazing with some of the fun, funky colors that are added to pages. This one is mahogany, which is very close to Mocha Mama, which is one of our most popular colors, but that one matches as well. So once you have all of your little banner pieces, chalked up, the colors that you want, go ahead and layer them out here. I'm going to try and go kind of with what's on the directions here. And these little pieces that we cut out of the cutting diagram, these can be cut into little dovetails for the banner as well. And what I do is I just fold this over and I trim from the corner up, and that makes a perfect little even dovetail on the end. So those two little pieces that we cut out of the banner, or out of the cutting diagram, you just cut the end into a dovetail, and then those are for your banner as well. And again, remember, you still want to be able to lift these up and put pictures in them later. Okay, so we have our banner down. Once you get those in place where you would like them, pick up each piece, put a little glue behind them, lay them back down. Once you get your banner in place, we will at the very end lay the rope across the top. So what you want is a gradual slope here so that it has a nice hanging banner look. Each piece you'll want to line up with the next one so that you don't want it down like this, because your rope is going to come across here, and you want the rope to go right along the top of all these little banner pieces. So once you have that all set out how you like it, go ahead and glue all of those pieces down to your page, and we'll put the rope on last. While you're doing that, I'm going to chalk up a few more pieces here. Actually, I'm going to use my glue pen, and I'm going to glue down the word happiness. And I'm just putting little bits of glue. You don't need it on every single letter. You can, but I just do bits and pieces throughout, and it's enough to hold it all down. So go ahead and arrange your banner however you would like. Use your glue pen to put the word happiness down. Don't forget to get the dot on your eye here. Piece is tiny. And if for some reason you lose that little purple piece, just cut another little circle out of your scraps that you have. Glue down the H. So while I'm doing this, I just also want to thank Scrapbook Expo and Sean and everybody that has helped put these Mega Make Takes together. I'm glad that we are able to do some of this stuff online. because we really miss seeing everyone's faces at the expos and teaching classes. And we're just glad that we're able to bring this to you online and not miss out on everything this year. Okay, I'm going to pick this up and chalk it up. I'm going to use, this is amaretto. So I'm going to use browns. And I think in the picture on the directions, we actually use blackberry cobbler. But it's totally up to you and the look that you want. If you want a little more antique look, I use amaretto for a lot of things. There's also some brighter browns like tiramisu, butter pecan. Those have a little bit more orange in them. Okay, so this piece, it's just a background piece. We are going to go ahead and glue that down to our page. And it's going to overlap the big purple banner just slightly, like maybe 3/4 of an inch to an inch in, and it does not have to be exact. I totally work in abouts, so it's about an inch into the purple. And then we are going to add this photo backer here. And I'm trying to go at a pace that everyone can follow. I hope that everyone can kind of be on the same page here. And if not, for some reason, you can always go back and check out the video again later. Now this little piece, we are going to put a button in the middle, but you don't want to glue this all the way down to your photo backer because you will eventually have a picture that is going to go in behind there. So what I would do is just put a little adhesive just at the top so that you can center this, glue it down to your page. It's not really centered. And all of your little embellishments in all of our kits, we put them in a little plastic bag for you so that they are easy to find. Get them for you. So there is 3 buttons. Get these out of here. We're almost done with page 1. And you might still be arranging and gluing things down here at the top. I'm just going to kind of move along, but I will stop and give it a little time too, so you can get things on here too. Your happiness word, we are going to go ahead and adhere to the page as well. Just remember, you are wanting to put a picture in this, so I would only put adhesive on the bottom part of happiness for now. And then when you get your picture in, you can add to the top. So you want to just put it along the bottom. Go ahead and add that to your page. And once you get all those layers on, we will add the rope to the top. And what I normally do, I use Beacon's 3-in-1 glue a lot when it comes to using liquid adhesive. But there also is, I can't remember who makes it, but there's also a very fine tip liquid adhesive. And what I would do is just make a, there's the train again. So if you can't hear, I'll talk louder so you can hear me as it goes by. Just a very fine line of glue, wet glue along the top. And you just want to do a very fine line, preferably something that is clear so that if you do get too much, it's not going to show up too much. And then you'll want to just lay your rope into it. And actually I do these types of things at the very, very end so that I can just set it aside and let it dry while I'm working on something else. So we are just going to lay that in that little bit of glue. At the end, when this is all dry and it's on there nice and neat, I will fold these to the back, and you can either tape them to the back, glue them to the back with some double-sided adhesive. But for now, we are just going to lay this on here in the fine line of glue, the fine line of glue that you put on there. And then we are going to set this page aside. And then that will dry. Afterwards, we can fold these ends to the back and tape them to the back so you don't see those ends. So I'm going to move this page out of the way, and we will get started on page 2. So you should have a second striped paper. Kind of got a mess going on here. Okay, your second, on page 2, you will have 2 purple banners. One goes across the bottom, the long one goes across the bottom. These ones came out of your laser die cut. Gotta punch the smaller one out. This one will go up here, and we can actually go ahead and just glue those down. If you want to chalk these up, go right ahead. You can give a little color to the edges. I'm using, I think, Mocha Mama on this one. That doesn't show up too much. On the dark colors, we also have light colors that show up on the dark colors. So we have a color called Ice, which is a very, very, very light blue that shows up on dark colors. And we have a Coconut, which is a white that shows up on the darker colors as well. So we're going to go ahead and glue these 2 pieces down. And this one is about 1 inch from the top. Not quite 1 inch, maybe 3/4 of an inch. And then we are going to glue this one right across the bottom. And then we can start just placing our pieces on our page. The other 4x6 that you cut out of your cutting diagram, the 4x4 that came out of your cutting diagram, and then we're going to have a button piece for each one. I'm going to get them in place, and then we will go back and glue them down. So it looks like I lost a little purple piece here. I'm just going to lay that on there. And again, we have some quotes here on the side that came out of the quote sheet, which you can use exactly what we did. We used these 4 here, or we give you all of these options. If there is a quote that fits you better, you can make almost any quote fit in that same spot. So you choose the quote that you would like. And the last little, let's see here. So we have one more small square that goes here that the quote goes on. And go ahead and chalk things up as you go. And we have a 4x6 laser that came out of the middle of the laser here this is going to go right up here. And this will eventually be covered up with your little pocket that we're going to make here in just a second. So this is going to go here. The last piece in your laser with the script on it will have, I think it's a 7, about a 4x7. It also has a score line right at the top. So this last piece that you have is actually for your pocket that you're going to make. And we'll get all this glued down and then we'll go back and we'll do the pocket. So I'm going to set that aside. Okay, and so chalk these up. I'm going to use actually a different color here. Let's see, what do we have? This is tiramisu. This is out of our ice cream collection. We have a 12-pack that has, we call it our ice cream flavors. Whoa, throwing things around. There's 12, these came out in 2020. There's 12 different ice cream colors or flavors in here. Don't eat them. They sound good, but I wouldn't eat them. We have mint chip, strawberry milkshake, dreamsicle, blackberry cobbler, blueberry bliss, tiramisu, butter pecan, chunky monkey. Lots of fun colors in there. And we still have some of those on our website right now. A lot of the single inks are very low on quantity. So if there is a color that you are looking for and it's in stock, I would grab it because they are, it'll be a little bit before we get some of the colors back in stock. But I am going to try tiramisu, which is kind of an orangey rust color, which I think is really pretty, and it gives an antique look. It just brightens it up just a little bit. And for those of you who are collecting all of the Powder Puff Chalking Ink colors, we have some good news for you. We actually found 4 boxes of our ink carriers, which have little pockets for the inks to go in. I'll try and see if I can find one here to show you, but we thought we were out of stock. They've been out of stock for the last 3 months, and we just were rearranging the warehouse and found 4 boxes. I'm going to get a sample here for you. Which means they probably won't be in stock for very long. And these are a regular price items, so you can use, if you use the code DEC20, in the next 2 days, you can get the 25% off of regular priced items. So this is our ink carrier. For those of you who are collecting all the colors, these hold 24 because you on the front and the back, 24 inks in each one. And we have them back in stock on our website, which they have been out of stock for about 3 months now. But we only had 4 boxes, so check that out and use your coupon code so that you can get a discount on those. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and chalk the rest of these up. And sometimes you can just drag it along the edge of your... And I'll try to post a link in the... I'll have them post a link in the comments too, so that you know exactly where you can find the chalking ink case. Because it's a really great deal, especially if you... get it on with the 25% off. I think they are $24. Don't quote me on that because I can't remember what they are on the website, but it's a great deal if you use your 25% off coupon. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and glue these down. And remember, leave a little bit of that purple showing. I lost my purple one for this, so I'm going to not have a purple one on the second one there. Chalk these up. I really like this tiramisu color. Just a little brighter than the amaretto. And again, you'll want to put a picture under part of this, so only do glue right across the top here. And this should have a purple thing to go behind it, a little scallop, but my desk is a total mess, which you can't see right now, but that purple thing is in there somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and glue these down. It's about a 1/2 inch in. This one gets centered here. Another train. I didn't think there would be so many right now at this hour. There's a lot of trains. Okay, this guy we are going to glue down up here. And mine's just a sample, so I'm using just little bits of glue. You might want to use a little more than I'm using just to keep things held down. And then again on the sample, well, actually I'll show you the actual sample. We used these 4 quotes here. But feel free to choose off of your quote sheet any quote you would like to use, because a lot of these you can make fit. Trim one of these out, it could go right in the middle. The square could go right on here. You could put, if you want to do one of the longer ones, you could put that actually across like this and then put a photo right here. Lots of options on there. We just like to give you lots of quotes and poems, and you can choose the one that works for you. Okay, once you have those chalked up, then we will add our buttons here. Oops. I hope I'm going at an okay pace for everyone. If you have any questions, post them in the comments. And again, we would love to know where you're watching from. So say hi, let us know where you're from. Wish we were there in person, being able to teach a class in person. Hopefully next year we get to do some of that. Okay, so we are going to work on the pocket that goes at the top here. I'll show you my sample. This pocket, it is going to be attached to the back. There's a score line so that it folds over. And then when you open it up, this is actually on the outside of your page protector. So this will slide in, and then this flips over the top of your page protector. And this is space for lots of extra photos. So we're going to work on that. So what you need is your last piece of script paper, and there is a score line. At one of the ends, there is a score line. So if you just kind of start folding at the ends, it'll finally give and make a little score line there. And I'm going to get the other little purple piece. Okay, and then out of your other laser that is purple, there is a piece that looks like this, has score lines here and here. And you'll want to score, or you'll want to fold each of those, and then this folds up behind it. So this is the piece right here that actually holds this all together. So once you find those pieces, I'm grabbing my sample here too. Okay, once you have that, so this is what it looks like on the other side. We are going to lay this down. This piece right here, so this is going to fold over the back, but we are going to flip this over and lay this right inside of your pocket. So if you have the gray side, this is purple on this side, we have score lines here. Fold this back, flip it over. This piece has a score at the top. You flip that over, lay it right in the center. And we are going to put 2 strips of adhesive across the middle and across the bottom. And then straighten that up. And we are going to fold this over so that it adheres to that. And make sure you're right on that line so this end still folds up. Fold that over. It sticks to your adhesive that you have on there. Put a little adhesive here. Fold that over. So we have this fold over glued to this, the left side folded over. Then we're going to put adhesive right at the bottom so that we can fold this up just like an envelope top. So I'll do that one more time. So this purple piece, this is folded this way. Turn it over. We have adhesive here and here so that we can fold this over. Put a little adhesive here. Fold that over. And adhesive here to fold that over. And once you flip it over, you have a little pocket for quotes or extra pictures or maybe some airline tickets or little extras that you want to add to your pocket. So once you have that put together, you'll want to flip it back onto its back side and add adhesive right across the top, just above the folded line there, the scored line. And this is going to go right on top, and you'll want to line the score line up right with the top of your page and right over top of your little your 4x6 photo backer here. So when you slide this into your page protector, this will flip over to the outside and you could tuck little special things in there or extra photos. And the only thing we have left for this page, other than your quote, whatever you're going to add here, is another quote that will go here. And out of your little die cut that looked like this piece came right off of the end. It's just kind of an extra piece there. That's what we used to add right here on this pocket, which I will chalk up. And sometimes it is fun to do double colors on the Powder Puff chalking. What I would suggest though is always do your light color first and then add your darker color so that you're not ruining your ink. Glue that on there. And then we use this Live for Today quote that goes on it and we rounded the corners. Again, feel free to use whichever quote works for you. And there you have it. You have your two page layouts. Pretty simple with a fun little extra pocket technique on there. And while you're finishing that up and working on that, I'm just going to quickly go through the the little book that we gave you as well. This is just a little technique that I like to share because it is a fun and easy way to make a little gift or a quick and easy, sorry, I'm looking for my pieces here. A quick and easy little mini book. I'm gonna get my cutter back out. And you don't have to do this along with me. I just wanted to show you real quick because honestly, you can do this with any kind of paper. You don't have to have our exact kit. So this is the little book that we're using. In your kit, it has a cutting diagram, and this is where you could use any sort of paper. You just use the same technique. And what we do is cut this cutting diagram. And to make the pages, so the cutting diagram says you want to end up with 2 5x7s and 2 5x5s. And basically what you do is cut at 5 inches. Cut at 5 inches. And then I'm actually going to put these together and cut again at 5 inches. So when you cut with 5 inches, what I do to make the pages is literally just flip this over to the other side, and I put adhesive here and here, and this makes a little pocket page. So I'm going to put a little adhesive here, and you want to do it very close to the edge so that you can fit your tag or your photo or whatever it is that you want in there. This is the piece that was cut off the end. I just flipped it over, and it makes a little pocket for your tag. Do the same with this one. Flip it over. So this is just a super easy mini book technique that I have used many times over the years for little gifts and little photo books. And then you do that with 2 or 3 sheets of paper and layer these up. Punch a hole up here, cut your own tags, and they go right in here. So you can see here, this is exactly what I did. And this one I did opposite. So if you want this color, you just turn this to the gray side, flip this way, and glue it that way. So you can see it has the purple with the gray on the background. And then all I did was layer these up. I made some little pages for the inside, just little squares, added some quotes to it, put a quote on the front, took all the pages, lined them up, punched them with my crocodile, and tied a little bow in the top. So super simple way, just cut 5x7, 5x5, flip it over, make a little tag book that a tag can go in. And super easy. So you can make all kinds of those with different papers. We gave you enough in there to make this book, but there's a little technique for you to make extra books with your own extra paper. Not that I'm sure you have any extra paper laying around, because none of us are paper hoarders. I know that, right? Okay, so again, if you have any questions, put it in the comments. We are super happy to be here today with you all, and I hope you enjoy our discounts, our projects. 𝐒𝐿𝐭𝐡 is known for our powder puff inks and our kits and our events that we do, and of course this year we're doing a lot of them online. We have our next event is coming up on February 20th for an all-day 𝐒𝐿𝐭𝐡 classes and events. Patsy will be teaching them. A lot of you know Patsy, who started the company almost 20 years ago. So I hope you can join us for another live event. And don't forget your coupons here. I will be back to let you know some of the deals and stuff that you can get, and I will go through some of our event kits as well. And I want to thank Scrapbook Expo for having this, and we are out of here. Thanks so much. Hi everybody, it's Quick Quotes again. We are back to go over our deals. So our deals are, I got to read through them because there's some really good deals on here. You save 25% on all regular price items on our website. Anything that is regular price, that includes our Powder Puff chalking inks. I know we're low on some of the stock on the chalking inks, but if you see an ink on there that you like, a color that you need, I would grab it right away because some of them are very low. So 25% off of any regular price items on our website, plus our holiday category, which includes Thanksgiving, Easter, Christmas. Everything in our holiday category is 40% off right now. So that's a good way to start the year. Check that out on shopquickquotes.com. I have a few things that I want to show you today. We have an event coming up that I would love to show you some of the samples for. It is our Super Scrapbook Day that we normally do. We travel to different cities to do a one-day scrapbooking event. We are doing it online, and it will be February 20th, and I'm going to go through some of the kits you get because you get a ton of stuff in one weekend. This is it's a limited supply, so we can only make so many kits. Last time this actually sold out, so it just went up on our website. If you're thinking about doing the Super Scrapbook Day, I would sign up right away, shopquickquotes.com, and go to our events and sign up for the February 20th Super Scrapbook Day event. It is $119. You get 14 layouts. You also get an extra altered project, some thank you gifts, a tote bag, 5 different classes, but you get tons of stuff in each class. This class, you actually get to do, I think there's 3 different vellum techniques. I'll go back here to kind of show you what some of that is. So we started out using vellum years and years ago, and we're bringing some of it back, and it looks gorgeous on the page, and we'll show you some vellum techniques in that class. This class has 4 pages that you complete. Here is the next one, and we try to do some interactive, different techniques. This will end up on the outside of your page protector. There's some really cool techniques there to add extra photos to your pages. So this is also a class that you get 4 pages in. Some gorgeous, rich colors in there. I love this one. This is Believe. This is also 4-page class. Shows how to use some of our chalking inks. This one has a little technique where it has an envelope to pull out extra pictures, hide extra pictures in there. So at this event on February 20th, there's a number of kits that are being made, but it is $119, and it's a full day of scrapbooking. So you get 14 pages plus an extra altered project, which I don't have here right now, but it's a fun day, and you get lots of stuff in one weekend. So it just went up on our website, so sign up today, shopquickquotes.com, and go to events, and you sign up for the February 20th Super Scrapbook Day event. Now, our other special that we showed you earlier, the holiday category at 40% off. If you go to our website, click on the holiday category, these are some of the kits that will be in there, and it will automatically take 40% off of all of your kits off the regular price. So here's some of the kits that will be on there. Some holiday Christmas kits, December, double page layout. So we got another one in there. There's some 4th of July. So it really includes all the holidays. Here's some Christmas quotes and phrases. Our holiday, our North Pole paper pack, which is probably perfect for right now for some holiday photos. Some autumn blessings. Happy Thanksgiving. So all of these, they end up being right around $7 or $8 instead of $11.99. So you get a really good deal on all of the holiday stuff. 40% off. There's some winter pages. Easter, if you still have some Easter pages to put together, or if you're just planning for the upcoming Easter. So all of these will be 40% off in our holiday category at shopquickquotes.com. So all of our kits, if you've never done our kits before, all of our kits come with step-by-step instructions, color picture. It has suggestions for which powder puff chalking inks to use. So check that out. And one more thing I would like to show you before we go, since it's 25% off of all regular priced items on our website, we are also extending that to our Club Q. So if you were to sign up for our Club Q, our monthly kit club, if you sign up in the next 2 days, any sign up that comes through, you will get a 25% discount on your first shipment. These that you're looking at right here, these are some of the layouts that you would get free in your first shipment. So when you sign up, you get free kits with your sign up. If you were to sign up for the page layouts, so there's 2 options. Page layouts are $19.99 plus shipping, and you always get 4 page layouts plus an extra pack of ribbon, vellum, extra stuff in there every single month as well. Or you can do the ultimate combo, which comes with not only layouts, but it comes with 2 altered projects. So you can see here, this is the free one that would come with your shipment. And the altered project is always a little different each month. Sometimes it's mini books, sometimes it's accordion books, sometimes calendars, cards, lots of different options. So you can do the ultimate combo. With the ultimate combo, you always get free shipping. It's $49 a month, but you get free shipping. Plus, when you sign up for the ultimate combo, you get, let's see here. A small altered project, a large altered project, and you get 2 double page layouts. Plus, in your first shipment of the ultimate combo, you get a free 12 pack of inks. It's all random inks, but we just throw them in for you to have a little starter kit. So that's an extra $40 value just for signing up for Club Q. And plus, if you sign up in the next 2 days, you will get the 25% off like you would any regular price item. So if you're looking for a kit club, this is a fun way to get new stuff shipped to your door every month. Here is the December one. And once you are a Club Q member, you can always go back and purchase some of the past kits as well. So this one was for December. See, it's a fun little Christmas book. That's the larger altered project, small altered project. So you can kind of see what our style is. And we try to change it up each month, but keep it general enough so it goes with most people's style. This is the Christmas kit for December. So once you become a member of Club Q, you can always go back and purchase some of the past months as well. And I'll give you a little peek of the January kits. So if you were to sign up in the next 2 days, these are the kits that you would receive, that you would be purchasing for January. So the first ones I showed you, they will be in your kit as well, but this is the January kit that will show up on your first shipment as well, that you get 25% off of. Oops. So Club Q, if you like the style of Quick Quotes, Club Q is a good way to go to have new stuff to ship to your door every single month. And to get 25% off your first shipment is a pretty good deal. You also have a chance to preview each month, and if it's something that you won't use, you can just skip or opt out. You don't have to take every single month once you are signed up as a Club Q member. So let's go over the deals again, just so that you can see what exactly you are getting this weekend, or the next 2 days. So through the 5th, you will get 25% off of all regular priced items if you use code DEC20. And our holiday category is 40% off. And the last little bit is our Super Scrapbook Day event that is going to be held on February 20th. So there's a limited number of kits for that. So if you like this style and want a full day of fun scrapbooking, we give away tons of prizes during that event. Sign up for our event, go to shopquickquotes.com, click on events, and sign up for the February 20th Super Scrapbook Day. And we hope you enjoy the deals, and we will see you next time.
Welcome back, everybody. And Stacy from Quick Quotes, thank you so much. I'll tell you what, we are ready for a lot of happiness this year for sure.
I love it.
And this layout is so adorable.
Isn't it?
I love the colors. I love the papers that she used. I love these, they look like clasps, I guess would be the right word, with the buttons and everything. I loved how she made this, and I liked her tip on cutting the triangles out, how to get those perfect by doing one and then folding it over. I loved that. And then also I love the pockets, of course, for sure.
Yeah.
And gosh, you could put little, things even that maybe you're making this layout of a certain day, and you could put little quotes or little things that that really brought the happiness to the day, whatever it might be. And then of course the little hidey hole, for this. So I just always love their projects, and very minimal cutting. When you get their kits, they have everything kind of pre cut out, and just like she said, the quotes and things, you get that whole sheet where you can use those on more projects, but you kind of get to choose the quotes, and you're layering on the little windows if you want to do more layering. And it's nice because those quotes can kind of accent whatever that happiness is for the day. So and love the layout. Like I said, love the papers, love the striped paper. It's awesome. And the colors and the chalking inks, of course, are second to none. And just little bit of distressing just adds to it. And just like she said, she always gets suggestions on using some different maybe chalk, the chalk colors that maybe she wouldn't have thought to use on the layout. So I know that that and I'm sure that they love the feedback on maybe you've done a different color and it makes it stand out, because it might coordinate with if you already have your pictures. Yeah. You might do that.
Your outfit and your picture.
Yeah. So I love that. So everybody, boy, that's a great way to start with some happiness. And of course, the book. I mean, she made this book, and I love, of course, all of these little tags that you can pull out.
I love the pull
out the book.
Aren't
yes.
they beautiful?
And just these little flaps here where you could add a picture, you could add a quote, anything. But I love this. And just like she said, this book, whoops, let me stick that back in here. This book is almost like a template, because you can use any papers with it. But I think this coordinates so well with this. So maybe you're going to have a happy day with somebody, and you could do the layout and maybe even kind of duplicate some of the pictures and the quotes in here for a little gift. So
for sure.
So awesome project again, and then topping it off with the ribbon that always makes a great accent too. So
beautiful. I love Quick Quotes. I think they're so much fun. I love the website. There's just so much to choose from. If you go on the website, there are just amazing different page layouts. They have all kinds of, they have mini albums that are beautiful. They have quotes. I know that Patsy,
yes.
She, how amazing and what a writer.
Yeah, I know. Gosh, it's so inspirational.
Yeah, to your layout. I'm always looking for something to, add to my layout. And I don't like having to, go and search the internet for some fabulous quote. So it would be so nice to have these sticker sheets with these wonderful already done for me. So I think if you go onto the website, there's just beautiful quotes in vellum, just beautiful quotes. So that's awesome. Oh my gosh, like Dave was talking about the powder puff inks. They have the 2021 colors in the 12 pack, and they're just beautiful. I think we need every color. I know there's like over 75, but
I know. Well, she featured the ice cream flavors.
Yeah, I was just like, I want them all. So that's awesome. They have embellishments, but most of all, they have the Club Q, and I think that is so fabulous.
That's one to make sure to mention on there.
The Club Q is a monthly kit club, and for the next 2 days, you'll be able to get 25% off your first shipment. Now, there's 2 different club kits that you could sign up for. There's the page layout, and then there's the ultimate combo. And oh my goodness, Dave, I keep saying this. I'm gonna
Voxel up every month.
Yes, Voxel up every month. So it is a fabulous. Look into how you can get this, because I think it would be so much fun and such a good feeling to get this box every month,
Yeah.
And so the show special is save 25% off all regular priced items.
Wow.
Now that includes only the first Club Q. So you could get 25% off of that.
Wow.
And like she said, it's just an awesome value. So I thought, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And then also, if you type in on the website holiday, there's a section for holiday, and you're going to get 40% off of this.
That's a great deal. And like she said, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like she said, it's all holidays. It's not just the holidays now.
Yes.
4th of July, Easter.
Right.
All
Christmas,
those.
all those. So that is a great deal. I'm always on a bargain hunt. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. So these sale will expire on January 5th with a minimum order of $25 using promo code DEC20.
Very good. And also I wanted to mention is that she had mentioned that they were out of stock on their chalk ink holders, and and some of you may have already purchased it during watching the video already, because those go so quick. But they hold those chalks. You can carry them, so it's one of those things that be good for getting ready to go to your friends and the Stamp and Scrapbook Expo to a crop. So,
right, exactly.
So thank you. Quick quotes once again. Awesome. Love you, Stacy. Love you, Patsy. And I'm still available to host that cruise coming up. So no, we love you guys. So all right, we're gonna brighten things up now with Cute and Quick. So we'll be back.
Hi, this is Julie from Cute and Quick Scrapbooks. I'm here today to go over this cute little camera mini album. This is called Spring Fun. It is a 10-page mini album that you can put pictures in for all your spring events. We're going to go through step by step how to make this. And so I'm going to set this aside and we can go over your packet. So to begin with, this is the packet that you received. You also have a coupon in yours for my website. It's 𝐂𝐤𝐧𝐞.com, and you can get 20% off with that coupon. But first we're going to go over what the plan is. We're going to first open this up and remove the Remember bucket list 12 by 12 sheet, and we are going to set this aside. Don't open this yet, because the pages in this packet are in order in the way we're going to put them together. So I want you to be very careful when you pull that out. First of all, we're going to cut these in individual journal cards. But before we begin with that, I'm going to go over the tools that I'm using that you will need. So the first thing, we are going to use the Art Glitter Glue adhesive This is a wet adhesive. I like it because it has the metal tip for detail items. I am also using the scrapbook adhesive Easy Runner Grand permanent dots. I am using the fine tip scissors for fussy cutting. And I am using the scrapbook adhesive large and small pop dots. These are just my favorite adhesives that I use on most of my projects. And you will need a cutter. So if you need to pause the video to go get those supplies, you can do that now. Now we're going to take everything out of our packet very carefully, like I said before. You can put the small die cuts in your ribbon and so forth to the side. And we'll get to that as we need it. I like to spread things out a little bit just so I can see where everything is. These are your photo mats. They are front and back, so you can use whichever side you like. There are 2 sizes, and you can use these on your pages as photo mats, or you can use them as background paper. So now we're going to flip this over, and now we have the front cover. You will need to punch out some of these things. Some of them don't quite come out perfectly out of the machine. So you will need to poke those out, and you may need to go through all your pages and poke out any dots where the rings go. So you can just do that quickly and just poke out the ones you need to. And I'll just go through these and make sure they're all poked out. Just keep them in order. It just makes things easier when we're putting together our pages. So our first page, I'm going to put the pages aside. Oh, I missed one. I'm going to put the pages aside and just focus on this front sheet first. First of all, we are going to cut out our journal cards. So I'm going to bring over my guillotine cutter and cut out these journal cards. I like to have everything cut out and ready to go. Again, in most of my kits that you will use, everything is pre-cut, including the journal cards that I use. But I didn't have time to cut everybody's cards because there were hundreds. So I'm going to have you cut them. We are going to do a little bit of fussy cutting too. If you don't like to fussy cut and you're like, I am not going to do that, I totally understand. I'm not a big fan of fussy cutting too. But there's some things that just fit on the page better if they're fussy cut, and there's some things that just, I think, give it some dimension if it's fussy cut. So I am going to fussy cut things on this particular layout, but in general, if you get a kit from me, everything is pre-cut, or I put embellishments or stickers in there that are pre-cut, so you don't have to do any fussy cutting. I am a kit store, so all of the things that I sell primarily are kits or the tools you need to make the kits. So I do 2-page layout kits, and I do mini book kits. So we're going to put this back aside because we shouldn't need that any longer. And we've got all of our journal cards here. I'm going to lay out my journal cards on the side so I can find them when I need things. There's a couple that I'm putting out in the center, and those are ones that we're going to fussy cut a little bit. Again, if you don't want to fussy cut them, you don't have to. But so this one, the popcorn journal card, I am using as the background. Now, if you're like, I love popcorn and we make popcorn all the time, you can use the popcorn one and choose another one that you don't want to use. But I am using the background of the popcorn one. These 5 we're going to fussy cut: the barbecue, the pinwheel, the fireworks, the bowling, and the snow cone. The Ferris wheel we're just going to trim down so it fits the page better. So I'm just cutting this down because on the page that we're using that on, it needs to be a little bit smaller so it fits better. So I just did the little title and the Ferris wheel separately. So we'll put that over to the side. And the cotton candy I did trim down as well, just the 2 sides of it, so it fits better on the page. You can use your straight edge cutter, or you can do it with scissors. These I'm going to fussy cut. So I usually leave a little edge on them when I do fussy cut because I think it pops better and has better contrast for the page. Again, I rarely ask you to fussy cut anything. I do sometimes include white paper. If I include clear stickers, I will include some white paper to use as background, and then you have to trim around the sticker. But that's so it pops on the page better. You never have to do that if you don't want to. But I do include that sometimes in my layout kits. So my layout kits are 2 pages, 12 by 12, so they fit in most standard scrapbook albums. They come with everything that you see on the page. Sometimes it comes with more, because if it's a sticker sheet, I usually give you the whole sheet most of the time. Sometimes if it's a hard sticker to find, I may give you half a sheet, but in general, you usually get all the sheets or all the embellishments or the whole packet of chipboard or whatever it is. Everything comes pre-cut, so really they're great for crops. So all you need is your pictures and adhesive, and you really much are good to go. Most of my kits, not this one, but most of them have 4x4 or 4x6 photo mats. So you just have to trim your pictures down by 1/4 of an inch to fit on the photo mat. These are a little bit different size because of the size of the book. And again, you can fussy cut these as much as you want, or you can just trim them down and keep them square or oval or however you want to do it if you're not big into fussy cutting, which I totally understand because this is not my favorite thing either. But it does make the book look a lot cuter with some of the things fussy cut. And you can do more. I just did a few things just to make them fit on the pages better and kind of look a little cuter. But you can do as much or as little as you want. And sometimes if you are scrapbooking and you're like, I don't know if I want this on my page, or I don't know if I have pictures for this, you can just leave it off for now and add something later that works for you better. I'm going to have you pause it now and finish fussy cutting the barbecue grill and the pinwheel, and then we'll come back and get started. Okay, so hopefully you have these all cut out. If you don't, just pause it again and finish cutting them out. I'm going to leave these up here so we're ready to go. Again, we're going to start with the first page, which is the camera. And you have included in your book, in your packet, 2 lenses. One is the orange lens and one is the blue lens. the blue scallop lens. I use the blue scallop lens for the first page, and I use the orange for the back of this. You can choose whichever one you prefer. And then I use the orange eyepiece and the orange flash. I mean, the yellow eyepiece and the yellow flash, excuse me. And this is what we're going to glue on first before we glue on our words and our pictures. If you would like to put a picture on the first page and the second page, you can use the orange as the outside of the orange as a guide for your picture. And you can actually just put this on the picture. I want, you know, if your paper is bigger, I want this in the center, and cut this around and stick it on the center, and then put your blue scallop on top of it. It'll be bigger than the circle, so you can glue it down, and then you can glue this on top of it to cover the edges. And otherwise, you can just leave it open like I did. So we're going to glue this down. So you just take, I used my wet adhesive for any kind of detail because I just like it better, but you can do whatever you like better. You can use your dotted rolling adhesive. You can do whatever you like. And we're going to glue this down, and we're going to look at it on the back real quick to make sure it's even all the way around. That's the nice thing about the wet adhesive is you have a little bit of time to move it if you need to. And then we're going to glue this on the yellow flash. I do know my colors. And then the eyepiece. These are textured on one side, as if you'll notice. So I like the textured on top. You can do whatever you like, but the intention is for the texture to be on top. And put the glue on the back. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to actually glue on the Spring Fun. And some of this, again, you may need to punch out, and it should pop out pretty easily. Shouldn't be too difficult. If it is a little more tough to come out, you can take your scissors to get it to come out a little bit better. Like this one. No, it's coming out okay. But sometimes they can be a little tough, and you can just use your scissors to help pop them out. But it should pop out pretty easily. All these things are pre-cut, just some of them don't come off on the mat when I'm pulling it out of the computer. So I like, again, using the wet adhesive for this. Again, you can use a Xyron or whatever you like, the dotted glue, the dotted tape runner, but I prefer the glue. It's just a little less messy. You get it exactly the way you like it, and I just center this on the page. And I always ballpark things. I'm a scrapbooker, so I'm not into precision. If you are one of those people that like everything to be perfectly straight, you can mark it with a ruler. I just ballpark it. And there's our Spring Fun. Now the next thing I used on this page is the snow cone and the pinwheel and the sunshine. And the sunshine, I will glue the yellow on the orange with the rays alternating like this. And then I'm going to use the pop dots on the back of this. Like that. It just gives it a three-dimensional look, gives it some character, I think. So that's what I'm doing. You don't have to do this. The more you pop dot in your book, like if you're like, I'm fussy cutting everything and I'm going to pop dot everything, which is super cute. Or you may use your own three-dimensional stickers. Again, that's super cute, but it will make your book fatter, and then you're going to have to deal with the rings fitting, so you may need to get bigger rings. So that's the first page. The second page, we're going to use the orange. And again, you can use this orange outer rim to cut your pictures down. If you want pictures on the front and back of your camera to have more pictures on your page, you can use this as a tool. And if you don't have pictures right now, just wait to stick this on if that's what you choose to do or you think you might want to do. But we're going to glue this down with a little bit of the blue rim showing from behind, which I think looks really cute. And next, we're going to glue down this little journaling block. You have two of these. I only used one of them, but you can put the date and kind of where you were in your book on these. And then I'm going to use the fireworks and the bowling on this page. And I used the blue eyepiece and flash like we did on the front page. Again, you may have those to punch out as well. If you're a little bit slower than me, you can stop and pause the video at any time to catch up. And if you want to change anything I do, you're more than welcome to. I love seeing different people's ideas and what they did and how they made their book different and cuter. And I know some people on the camera books have actually put around the blue, inside the blue thing, a piece of foam to pop it, to make it look like a real thick camera, which is super cute. It does make it a little more bulky, but it is super cute if you have the time and energy to do that. I am popping these as well with the foam pop dots from Scrapbook Adhesives. This is my favorite pop dots that are available, and I've tried all different kinds. These just seem to work so easily. The backs come off easily. They are permanent though, so there's no room for error. So our first page is done. It is super cute. Now we are going to pull over. The next page is the polka dotted page, and we're going to use this as a guide to put down our orange right in the center. Now if you want a picture there instead, you can take the orange piece and draw around your picture. But I just kind of use that as a guide, and then I hold it down in place, and then I put my glue down just all the way around. You can actually draw a circle around it. You can do whatever you like, but I tend to do things more quickly. And that works really well to do it this way. On this page, we're going to use the Ferris wheel. And you don't want your Ferris wheel name to be up too high because of your flash coming through. Because you may want to put a little sticker or a little sunshine or a little something there. So that's the reason I do it like that. And then I'm going to use the dotted tape runner to put this on. And again, if you want to fussy cut anything and make it, you can stop the video and do that. This is our first page, and that's all done. And then we'll turn it over to the second page. And on this page, I used this little aqua scallop, and I used a piece of our red-orange 1.5 by 3 inch papers, and I used the fishing. Didn't cut that very well, so I'm going to trim off that little red rim on it. But I used the fishing one. Again, if you're like, oh, I've got lots of pictures, I don't want to use that much space, you don't have to. You can actually put a picture here and cut out the fishing, or you can do whatever you like. But this is what I did. And I just, again, I just kind of ballpark it. I don't make it perfect. And the little small scallop you can journal on. You can squish everything to the side and put a picture there if you prefer. But this page is done. So we've got our little fishing and our red square to accent it. And we're going to put this over to the side. And next, we're going to use the white polka dotted page. On this one, we're just using a photo mat. We're using the striped one for this. Again, if you want to use a different one, you can. I always kind of center it, so I put my fingers where the holes are and center it that way so it looks better in your book, so it won't look like this on your book. And again, I just eye it. I don't get super perfect on where it is on the page, except for I try to do it in the center. And this page is done. And we'll turn it over on the back, and we've got like the pink checked page. On this page, I used the blue scalloped circle, and I used the swim and the float journal cards. Again, if you want to cut them out and put a picture on the page and fussy cut them, and you can definitely do it any way you want to add more pictures to your book. So I'm going to put these on, and I just always kind of, as you can see, I put it on first to see where I like it to be on the page, and then I just eye it. I don't get too much into the perfection. This page is the plaid page, and this one we're going to put on the blue wave paper. And so again, I'm just going to put it in the center of the page like this. So I cover up the holes. That way I can kind of see where it will look in the center when the rings are in. And that's that page. Now we're going to turn it over to this side where you see all the flowers. So I made this kind of the gardening page. So I'm going to use the garden and the butterfly. This is where I used the back of the popcorn journal card. I put it on the back of this garden to kind of make it pop. And then I used the red scallop journal card. You can journal on it, or you can accent your page with it. I always kind of ballpark it like this, look at it, see the way I like it, and then I put the adhesive on the back. And this is the butterfly one. And then I'll put this kind of coral scallop journal card at the top, and then you can add your words to it. Again, if you write more and you want to write a lot, you can use something different to make it. But this page is done, so it's super cute. The next page is the sunflower page, so it's a pretty paper as well. And I used this kind of a pink pattern photo mat on this one, and I used the fireflies to kind of go with the garden on the side like this. So again, you can fussy cut it if you want the whole photo mat to show and you don't like the layering look, or trim it down, make it smaller. You don't even have to use it if you don't like to, but this is what I did. And so this is our next page. So we're going to turn this one over like this. And you just want to make sure when we turn it over that the holes go to the right, because otherwise you're going to have some pictures upside down. And if you have a hard time with that, you can put your rings in your pages. It just gets a little bulky when you do that, but you can definitely do that. I'm going to use the 1.5 by 3 inch kind of reddish orange paper and the green spiky circle paper. And I'm going to use the bonfire journal card like this. And if you want to save room for a picture, you can push it to the side. Whatever you like to do. This is the way I did it. And I love, if you guys are at any of the scrapbook expos in person and you have your kits with you that you've made for me, I love seeing them. I love seeing what you do with them. I love the creativity. It gives me creativity. It helps me learn new things to do with my kits too. So this page is done. And again, you can journal here on this, or use it as accents for your pictures. Next, we're going to go to the orange polka dotted page. And this one, to go with the bonfire that's on the other side, I used the s'mores and the tent, the camping one. I used the yellow scallop as like your journaling card there. And I'm just putting this down like this. And then again, I just kind of eye it. There is no, everything is right. So this is the page if you want to see it completed. And then we're going to turn it over this way with the holes over here to the right. And this is going to be just your large green chevron photo mat. And I just kind of, again, stuck it in the middle of the page so it looks right with the rings in place. And this page is done. The next page is the aqua polka dotted page. And this one I used this orange diamond photo mat. I'm using this side of it because I used it more as accent paper. If you want to use it for a photo mat and you're like, I like the orange, you can. So I used it more as an accent page for this page. And I did the chalk art and the bubbles. And again, if you're like, man, you didn't put a lot of pictures on your page, you don't have to use all of these journal cards. You can use the pages for pictures, and you can fussy cut these journal cards out and put them on as like little accents for the page. You're more than welcome to do that. But this is the chalk art bubble page, and that is completed, and we're going to turn it over to the chevron page. On this one, I used the swimsuit paper. Right here it is. And I used the grill because we swim and grill a lot here in Florida. Whenever we go swimming, a lot of times we just grill out. And so I used that on this page. You can use whatever you like. And I am going to pop dot this because I think it's cute. I like the look of it. So I used the pop dots on this, like this. And I'm going to make it stand out a little bit. And this page is done. We'll put that to the side. And next is going to be the kind of the green and yellow plaid paper. And for this one, I used the orange circle photo mat. And I did the sunshine. So it kind of goes with the swim side and the grill and the sunshine. And I kind of have it overlap a little bit, and this is your page, and it's done. So we're going to turn it over to the yellow star paper. And we're going to use the flip-flop paper for this. And this is just a photo mat. And we're going to, again, stick it in the middle of the page. And this page is done. Super cute. I really like the way this has turned out. And we're going to use the yellow filigree paper next with the holes on the left side. I use this aqua kind of pinwheel circle paper as my photo mat. And I use the lemonade card on this side. So again, just kind of eyeing it, making it kind of in the center, and then having room for lemonade photo or journal card on the side. And this page is done. Super cute. And we're going to turn it over to the green pattern paper. And the green pattern paper, I used a little pocket. I love pockets. I didn't use a lot of pockets in this particular. But I love pockets. So you have an aqua pocket in your kit, and I'm going to have you go down to the sides like this and go across the bottom like this. So the side with the scallop, you do not put glue on. And again, I'm kind of centering it at the bottom of the page. And this is a pocket that you can put cards in. I'm going to use the bicycle and the kite card. But if you have a card from a trip or tickets or something like that, or little memorabilia, you can stick that in there too. But I'm using the bicycle and the kite. Just stick in there. You may want to let yours dry a little bit longer for it to work. So that is this page, and we're done. And the next page is this yellow pattern paper. And on this page, I used the aqua chevron with dots paper. And again, you can use either side. It has flip-flops on the back if you like the flip-flop paper. And then I did the sprinkle card on this page, and I kind of put it at an angle just to give it some little bit of dimension. I do have one other photo mat in your kit, and it's green if you want to use it on the back page or use it somewhere else in your book. But this book is completed. You guys did it. So we're going to bring all of our pages back. Hopefully you've been stacking them over to the side in order. And we're going to now put it together. So it should stack pretty well where the holes match. And we're going to take our ring binders. These are 1-inch ring binders. This one's a tough one. And we're going to put those through the holes. I like the big bulky part in the back of the book. Now again, you can be as creative as you like. Nothing ever goes right when you're doing it online, is it? I don't know why that came apart. That's odd. I'll get a different one. Again, you can decorate yours any way you like. Let me see if I can get this to go back together. That's crazy. When I opened it, it came apart somehow. Okay, well, we'll take a ring out of this one over here and put this on. I have an extra one close by. These are just 1-inch binder rings. You can find them anywhere. There we go. Crazy. And I like the big bulky part in the back. You can do whatever you like. The ribbon, you just wrap around the ring. And I tie it just one time. If you tie it twice, it'll be so bulky. It doesn't look right. And these will stay tied with one tie. And it just gives it some color and makes it pop and look cute. Some people use fabric strips on there as well. And we are done. This is your book, and it's totally complete. So I hope you enjoyed it. Again, my website is www.𝐂𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐞𝐜.com. I have more kits available online, and you have the 20% off coupon with the words New Year, all one word, capital N-E-W, capital Y-E-A-R, New Year. And you can buy more kits that are super simple. Everything's pre-cut. They're great for crops where you just bring your adhesive and your pictures and you're good to go. I hope you enjoyed doing this, and I hope to see you soon at one of the scrapbook expos, and bring your books so I can see what you did with yours. Have a great day. Bye. Hi, this is Julie with 𝐂𝐒𝐿 Scrapbooks. I'm here today to show you some new kits we have available online. You can get 20% off for the next 2 weeks with the code New Year, N-E-W-Y-E-R, all one word. I want to first show you this new mini book kit we have. This is a Disney line that we are using the Simple Stories magic papers. It comes with the embellishments from Simple Stories, and also a sheet of stickers with Mickey on it. Those are puffy stickers. But it's a super cute book. You can put all your Disney pictures in there, or make it a gift for someone who likes to go to Disney. Hopefully everybody's gotten a chance to get over there, because right now is a great time to go. There are no lines. And I'm going to bring you over to see some new page kits we have available. This is our Staycation 2020 kit, because a lot of us are staying at home and having our own little vacation in the backyard. This is our All In Together kit with all the crazy stuff that's been going on this year, to remember it and hopefully never go back there, right? This is our Quarantine Don't Care kit. How many of us have just thrown our hair up and put on a mask and go? This is the Family Time kit. This is all the games that you've played during this quarantine time. This is the Mandalorian kit. It is, let me see if I can get the glare out. This is the way, and it comes with the child sticker. Super cute. This is the Galaxy's Edge kit from Star Wars. Let's see if I can get it out a little bit. And this is the Pirate's Life for Me kit, for all those pirates in your life. And this is the Life is Better at the Beach. This is the graphic 45 paper that is so beautiful. This came out very nice. One of my favorite kits. Hopefully you guys have gotten to go out to the beach during this quarantine time. And this is the Magic Memories kit to put all your Disney pictures in. And this is the Outdoor Adventures kit. And this is for all of us who've gone to the state parks to see new sights this year, since that was something we could do. Hope you all enjoy this. Come again to my website and check out all the new kits at www.𝐂𝐤𝐡_quick.com. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. And you talk about cute and quick.
Right.
Spring fun. We're going to be ready for some spring fun after this snow. I mean, like Vicki was saying here, you know, it's been 49 degrees and that's cool to us. Well, when I grew up in Ohio, that was sweater weather, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, look, I love the brightness of this. And I love the little camera
So cute.
shape. Everybody's going to be clicking pictures for spring, and we're going to have so much fun. But you know, she gave you the sheet of different pictures of different things, because you know, some of these you can relate to and some you can't, so you can go throughout the book. But you know, she just decorated, you know, the outside cover of the camera, sunshine and the pinwheels. You know, we used to have those all the time. But just, you know, inside she, you know, put and you can of course do this how you would want to, because what I would like to do is kind of lay it out before I did it too. And one thing I did want to mention is, you know, she showed you how to put that circle in, so it showed through on the first page like it was a little lens of a camera, so that was cute. But through here there's all these beautiful bright colored pages.
I love it.
I know, where you can put your photos. You know, this one would be almost like this, like spring showers almost for rain. But just through here, just different things, gardening, you know, spring. Boy, I know back in Ohio, my brother, he always comes up from Florida to get his garden going. And so that's always a great spring event. And bonfires, you know, you can make s'mores in the spring too. So, but you know, whatever you do some backyard camping. But I just love the brightness and the cuteness of this. And of course, the ribbons, you know, putting on the rings, that just kind of tops it off too. So love, and they have so many cute kits, don't they, Miss Vicki, though, on their website?
Goodness, yes, on the website. There are so many awesome layouts, and I love to scrapbook, but sometimes, you know, we just don't have that much time that we would love to spend. Because I don't know about you, Dave, but like if I do a layout, it usually takes me probably like 5 hours. Well, because I watch
what you want.
Netflix and all and all the snacks, but
snack time.
Yeah. So I thought, oh my gosh, I'm gonna definitely need to get some of these, because oh my goodness, you guys, if you look, there's one called Staycation.
Yes.
And we all have pictures of us at home, because that's what we've been doing. All in together. That's another one that is kind of like at home. Quarantine hair, don't care. I was like, I have a lot of photos.
That's my hair like almost every day.
They have family time. I thought this was cute because my brother and I, you know, sometimes, Dave, and I've told you, when I'm just having a low day, I call my brother and I'm like, and he loves board games, so I'll say, hey, can I come over and we'll play some games? And he's just like, yes.
You got to get pictures. Do you have some pictures of that?
No, I didn't take any, but we do go over. And I thought this is a perfect layout for me to buy, because it's all about game night. And that would be so fun. There's another kit that's called This Is the Way. And I was thinking about my daughter because it is Mandalorian themed with Baby Yoda on there, and my niece had her birthday party was all themed Mandalorian, and I'm like, this is a must-have for you Star Wars fanatics. This is so cute and so awesome. That's a great kit. And they also have a Star Wars kit There's one that's called Pirate's Life for Me that was super duper cute.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes, because we still have those Disney photos that we've never scrubbed.
Yes, yes.
And then there's also a beautiful, I love graphic 45 paper.
Yes.
And there's one that's called Life is Better at the Beach. And isn't it though? It is. It totally is.
It's so funny because the beach it's one of those places. And this, gosh, look how colorful this would be for a summer one too. But you can go to the beach and you just kind of get lost. I'm not a big swimmer because I saw Jaws on the big screen. Ain't one in the ocean, but other than about to the ankles. But it's a place where you can go, and I love to hear the waves and just relax. Just just for a couple hours. So.
I agree. Like just walking on it, hearing the waves, that kind of salty air is just it's the greatest. So I'm sure that like I know in the summer. We all went to the beach a few times, and so that's a great layout. Yeah. There's Magic Memories, which is Disney themed. Mm-hmm. Then there's Outdoor Adventures. I know you went to Big Bear. Yeah. So there's a camping theme or an adventure park theme, outdoors theme. So there are just amazing kits. So let me go ahead and give you the show special, which is 20% off with code New Year. And this is going to be available for the next 2 weeks. So if you're in the mood for some scrapbooking layouts, you're going to want to visit Cute and Quick because there's some cute and very quick.
That's what it's all about. Yep. So awesome. So thank you so much, Cute and Quick. We appreciate that lovely, bright, camera-filled mini book. So, as Vicki said, get to shopping. So we have our last presenter for today. It's Miss Deborah from Pinecone Press. So enjoy, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hi, this is Deb with Pinecone Press, and welcome to our Live, Laugh, Love class. I am so just excited to be in the classroom here with you. I'm just pretending that I'm at some convention center in some city somewhere, and we are normal and we have a class. Anyway, like all of our class with Pinecone Press, in an hour's time, we are not going to get the whole our whole project finished, but we're going to get well started on it. We're going to do our covers. We're going to talk about how to put it together, and then there's so much of it that you're going to finish after you put your photos in. With all of Pinecone kits, they come with our full colored instructions. And you'll see here when you open it up, you have your cutting guide, and then we're going step by step on how we're going to put together the paper on our chipboard, and then we're going to go through our pages, and then all that, and then we're going to bind it, tie it up with our ribbon. Also in your kit here, it's just kind of a little bit, for those of you that are not familiar with Pinecone Press, kind of tells you a little bit what we do. We do a lot of mini albums and card kits and project kits and blank chunky albums, and we now have them in a 2-inch spine and a 3-inch spine, and they come straight back and curved back, so there's all kinds of fun things there with our chipboard albums. Then we do a lot of what we call our blanks. We have explosion boxes and circle explosion boxes and our slider gift card holders and our flip books, and there's just a lot of fun things that we do. And then we have our monthly kit club that we'll do a mini album or a card kit each month, and that's $30, and it includes all the instructions and the ribbons and everything that you'll need to make that project. So let's just look here at our Live, Laugh, Love. This is one of our, it's our 6x8 chipboard binder where you've got the chipboard on the outside, and then actually the inside pages are 6x6. So this one does not have the photos in it, but we're going to get right along. You'll be putting those in because we're going to talk about when you have the photos, when you don't have the photos. So let's go, and I'll open up your kit, and the paper should be in order of how we're going to be using them in our project. Here is our on the website, it's called our 𝐒𝐿 binder. It's a 6x8 𝐒𝐿 binder because it does measure 8 inches overall, but the actual pages are 6x6. So we have the area where we bind the book. Then the pages are pre-scored for you at 6 inches. and you have 6 of those, so you'll have 12 pages to this little album, and then your front and back covers and your 2 pieces that are punched. Now, if you'll notice, and you can see that this is not punched actually right in the center, so we are going to have a little more of our chipboard on the outside versus the inside edge here. So when you go and you're putting this together and you're covering this, just want you to be aware that you're going to have more space from the outside to the center versus then the center to what's going to be our inside. And that will line up then with your inside pages. When we get this, and you see that just lines up all together. So first what we want to do is we're going to cut our paper, and we're going to make our paper, and it's going to be what we call a paper hinge. So let's pull out our paper, and we can look at our cutting guide. And with our top sheet of paper, obviously we're going to cut off our barcode strip, and then we're going to make our front cover 6 by 8. We're going to do our inside back cover and our inside front cover. And it says on here on our inside front cover, this is the base paper, and we're going to adhere that first. So let's just go ahead and pull out your trimmers. You'll need your trimmers, your scissors, your adhesive. If you're an inker, you're going to want a warm brown ink, and I think all this was on the supply list for you. So I am just going to cut this, trim off my barcode strip. And I want to make a 6-inch cut. Oops, I think that's going to be wrong. Those browns are just touching side by side. I want to just make sure I've got the right brown, because it's kind of, just point this out here for you. It's a little confusing. On this 6-inch piece here, the brown stripe is part of this 6-inch piece, and the same down here. You almost have to come in here a little bit and look at it so that you're cutting here, so that we've got a 6-inch piece and a 6-inch piece. I almost cut the wrong little brown area, so I just want to double check that it's 6 inches on my trimmer. I'm going to cut that. I have a little hair of white on here, so I'm going to cut that little strip of white off. And then normally, for those of you that have taken a class with Pinecone or with me, you know I like to cut just 1 tick before the stated 6 by 8. And on this cover, you'll see that if you do that, this one we have just a hair. So we have not quite even 1/8 of an inch. It was probably on the trimmer. I'd be cutting at 8 inches. Normally I like to cut 1 tick mark before, so that'd be like the 1 tick mark before. But this one I even kind of cut it a little narrower. I'm just this side of my 8-inch mark when I'm cutting my 8-inch piece, and then by our 6-inch piece. So I have this piece that we were cutting here. This is our front cover here. And what the instructions tell us to do is that we are creating a paper hinge. So when we do a paper hinge, you do not want your 8-inch piece of paper to be on both the front and the back. It is just on the one side. So we're going to take a square piece and a strip piece. And just so that I don't flip it over the wrong way or this way or whatever, I like to just know that, okay, I've got more of my chipboard on this side than I do on that side for my hole. So that is going to be here. And then I can now rotate this up, because this is going to get attached here to the back side of our front cover piece. And then this is going to be, I'm just looking at that, like, boy, when they did the master cut on that, little phrase on there. Okay, it is going to come to this edge, so I'm on both my outer edges. I'm going to have a 1/4 inch gap space in between the two there. And that's what we're kind of showing you here. This is the back side of the front cover. So here's a front cover paper on our back side, and you are going to have that little 1/4 inch gap. So then I'm going to just take some adhesive, and I am just going to put some adhesive on my chipboard pieces. And whatever is your favorite adhesive that you like, this one I'm just using a tape runner again. And I know that on this outside, this is where I'm going to have more of the chipboard. And I'm just going to lay that right down there. And then I'm going to do the same with this piece. And before I really press it down, I am just going to flip it over and make sure that my positioning is where I want it to be. And then I'm going to put that onto there. I want to straighten it up. Now I'm going to flip it back over so it's the right side. And I am just seeing, and slide that just a little bit, just a hair of my chipboard around, and press it down. And the reason I want to see just a hair is because, as you obviously know, my trimmer does not cut straight, and I don't know a lot that really cut really straight. So I want to have just that slight hair of chipboard, because then, see, I'm not going to get that lifting up, because if not, sometimes you get that little, like 1/32 inch sliver of paper, and I don't want, when people are opening this up, to start lifting up and curling. So I have that on, and I am just then going to ink the edges. Now, you can ink the pieces separately, so you could go ahead and you could ink your chipboard, or you could put them together like this and then ink everything all together. So I'm just going to put a little bit, and now this is a vintage photo, and it's kind of just blends right in. You might want a walnut stain if you want to see a little more darker tone to your inking and your edges for your distressing. I just have, okay, that is my front cover piece. I'm going to set that aside. I'm going to do the same with my inside back cover. So I'm going to pull out this piece. It's kind of got this documented here. I'm looking at this. Now I have just skipped over this because this is for the inside front cover. We're just going to wait on that for a second because I want to get my back cover done. So it is our back cover, and we're going to be using the reverse side of it. And then the rest of that is going to be for page 1. So again, with my paper, you want to cut off your barcode strip. Now, one nice thing about this being videoed, if I'm going too fast, then you can just pause it and watch whenever you want to, or you can just sit there and watch it, and then you can go back through, and then after you've watched this, create your own album. And it's going to be 6 inches, so I'm going to be just a slight hair less than 6. I'm going to set this piece aside because this is my page 1. I'm going to do this. Now we're using the reverse side, so I'm using this side, so it doesn't matter which part of this I'm going to save. So I want this more plain in case I want to use a photo mat. So I'm going to cut now about 8 inches in length. And we're going to do the same thing with our inside back cover and our back cover piece. So I have my chipboard, and I have this piece. So now I'm going to almost kind of mirror. Here's my front piece. Here is my back piece, and I'm going to be using the herringbone sign. Now, if you want to use this for the back side or your outside cover, that's just fine too. That is the joy of double-sided paper. And I look at this, and I can see from the center point, I've got more chipboard on this side than I do that side. My hole's a little offset. Okay, this is my front cover. This is my back cover. So I will take this piece and just visually, I'm going to put it right there. I'm going to put this piece right here. Because I know when then this lines up, get this punch. When you get that covered, we can go ahead and punch the holes on that. So if you want your crocodile, you want to come in with your crocodile, and you're just going to punch a hole. And then we're going to come onto this side, and I'm going to punch a hole. So this is going to get lined up with there. That piece with our back cover. So I'm going to set my front aside. I have my back. I'm going to again put my adhesive on my back. Make sure I got it the right way. I'm going to stick that down. And again, I'm not going to really press it down hard until I'm going to flip it over just to make sure that my placement was right. And for those of you that, if you have a white glue that you like that doesn't bubble your paper, you can go ahead and use a white glue and spread that around by putting your covers on. So I find that this tape runner just holds that really nice for me. So I'm going to just lightly place that there, straighten it up, make sure I'm straight. I want to look at, I want to see just a hair of my chipboard there. Now I'm going to flip it over just to see if I like my placement. If that's good. Now I'm going to really press that down so that it adheres well. And I'm going to ink my edges. And again, like I said, if you want to go ahead and ink your chipboard and then ink your paper, or if not, you can just ink them together. So I've just have there. I don't really need to worry about the inside because that's going to get covered with paper. Okay, now I have my outside back cover, and I can go ahead and punch my holes on that. Just filling that. I could clean this out so I could actually see where I was punching instead of doing the guess and fill method. Okay, and this one. Now, for those of you that haven't used your crocodile for a while, remember, this isn't where you're going to punch your hole. This is what's going to set the eye up. This punches the big hole, this side punches the small hole, and we want to use the large hole. And what's really nice about there, I can look right down, I can see where I want to punch it, and just punch that right out. Okay, so now I have my outside back cover, and I have my front cover, and I'm going to just set my back aside for a moment. Now my inside front cover. We have this piece of paper that says inside front cover. Okay. Inside back cover, inside front cover, and they're both the 6x6. So I'm going to be making this 6, but again, I'm just going to go just on the inside side of my 6. And the same with this, I'm going to trim it from here because I don't like that little white hair there. I didn't cut it quite close enough. Okay, so I'm looking at it and it says this is my inside back cover and this is my inside front cover, and we're going to base paper adhere first. And in my instructions here, I've got my inside front cover. I want to adhere my base paper to the 6x6 piece. Now again, on this is acting as our hinge. So when it gets in, this is gonna flip that. I don't want double paper here. So if I cut a 6x8 to go across here, you think like, oh, well, that'd make like a stronger hinge area. It actually doesn't, because you've got one paper that is doing kind of like a mountain fold and the other paper doing a valley fold. So one is going to be stretching differently and it's just not going to work. So we're just going to be covering that 6x6 area. I want to trim just a hair off the top of that. Now this one I might want to just go ahead and ink just the edges of this before I go ahead and put it down. With our instructions at Pinecone, we're showing you the cutting guide, and now remember that it is double-sided paper, so we do try to put down, okay, you're going to be using the reverse side or this side, but also then you're going to want to go through and refer to what the pages actually look like. So this is showing me inside front cover, base page adhere first. I can come over and I can look to actually see what the inside of my front cover is going to look like. So I'm seeing the inside of my front cover, seeing the stripe and the scallops on the outside, and that this is my chipboard piece. I'll set that down there. I'm gonna go ahead and put my adhesive on. And it doesn't matter if I get onto there because it's all going to get covered anyway. So I'll do that. This is going to go to my edge, and I'm going to have just that hairline of chipboard showing around. I mean, just ever so slightly. And I can go ahead and ink it again if I want to. And And we'll put some down here. Okay, this is now our cover. We're not doing anything with this because that is the part that actually gets all tied and bound together. So you're not going to see this part here. So that you don't have to worry about covering that. Because then if you want to, you can make a really nice crease here so that opens nicely for you. Okay. Inside covers, they're done. Now we're going to be taking this piece and it says inside front cover, layer over base page. You see with this piece, if you're looking at this, we are actually using every single piece here that we're using. So this part's gonna go on page 12, documented on page 9, we have page 6, this is your front cover piece. This is your Live, Laugh, Love. So that's real important. You want to save that. This piece section here is going to be our inside front cover. We're going to layer that over our base paper. We are using the Life Is as a tag that pulls out, and Have You Heard the News as a journaling tag. So I want to come here and cut this, and I'm only going to be taking apart this piece right here for now, because I don't want to come all the way across because I don't want to cut into that typewriter. So I am going to take off. You're going to want to take off your barcode strip. Okay, don't get any white on that one this time. And I know that I am going to be using this Live, Laugh, Love as a tag. So I'm probably going to want to leave just a little hair beside that. And I am coming up to the top of my little banners. So I can cut down this way. I know that it's going to be 6 inches tall because that is what our album is. So I'm going to come just slightly a hair before the 6. You're going to do, and then you can just come and trim that right off. And this piece now, you will want to layer that right onto this section so that we have a little journaling spot here. Now, if you want to put a photo here or other things there, you've certainly got a great now blank place for that. But we did take this piece and we laid it right over top of that there so that we've got the nice little scallop border and our stripes and then some kind of decorations. Remember the good times and just our details. So I will ink this. And again, if you're an ink, you might want to ink this before you go ahead and adhere that down. So we will then ink. You know, one thing about doing a class when we're not in a convention center, you can get, what do you want? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not there yet. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, why don't you just take the car because I'm not gonna come pick you up.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You know, you just have to love those teenagers and just being such an unusual world right now. Yes, the senior in high school, so we're having a good, we're not. We missed our football season and it was supposed to start in January and now it's going to be postponed till February, but hopefully we'll still at least have a football season. Inside front cover. Okay, page 1. So now I can start. Let's see. Let's go ahead first. Let's do our inside back cover because I just don't want to cut this and like get this laying around and then it's like, what did I do with that piece? This piece came, this is our other half of this section right here. So let's go ahead and put that on our inside back cover. Now, and it says create a pocket. So if I look at my inside back cover, you'll see that we've taken this piece, we split it so that we could create a pocket. So you will want to cut right across that little border strip area. And I will ink across the top of that. to just make sure I'm just slightly less than 6 just to match everything else. So we'll be putting there. And with my pocket, I am going to, with this bottom part now, you'll want to take it and create a pocket. And I find the easiest way of doing that is just by putting some of your adhesive or your red line tape. And this is where it's great to use the red line tape. Okay, well, it would be great if right here. So I thought I had it all right here, nice and neat by me.
Come on.
Okay, bye, have fun. For those of you that have been to the shows that have seen Alex in the past, yes, he is now a senior in high school. I know, can you believe that? I know so many of you remember him when he was like little, sitting in the booth playing on whatever iPad or whatever handheld gaming device was out at those times. And for those of you that remember Kate in the booth helping you, she is now in 8th grade. Go ahead and put our red line tape on to create that pocket. And before I put down the top part, I want to just ink my edges. I'm noticing that my ink pad's a little dry. Time to be getting a new one or a re-inker. So go ahead and put some adhesive on this top piece. And again, because being the double-sided paper, this is our inside back cover, that you can use this. This is our memo on our documented. This is going to be the base of our pocket. Or you can flip it over if you wanting to maybe do some more journaling and have just a more open area. We're going to go ahead and use our documented piece. And I'm going to go ahead and stick this piece down first, just in case my pocket overlaps it a bit. There, and we'll pull off our, and if you're using a tape gun or a tape runner, whatever you're using to create your pocket, that's just fine. The red line tape, let me just pull off that little red liner, and then I'll stick down my pocket. Now I have a pocket that was created to put some photos or journaling tags or whatever fun memorabilia that I might want. I want to just set that right there. There. Ink the bottom of that chipboard a bit. And we have this cutoff piece, but you'll see now, so there is your pocket. I'll put it this way so that you can see. In this cutoff piece that we have, a scrap, would make a great photo map for that pocket. Okay, our covers are now finished. Now we're going to go through and we will be covering our pages. There are, again, because this is only an hour class, well, an hour video. The classes would be longer, and it will take you probably more than an hour to create this. But so I'm not going to have you sit and watch me cut all the paper for page 1, page 2, page 3. Probably this one wasn't even tricky, but it was a little more involved there. Page 1. So let's go ahead and start looking at page 1. We're going to pull out our paper, and I am looking at here for my page 1. That was the other half of our back paper, wasn't it? So I have this piece here. So you're going to want to cut this, because this was the bottom part from our back cover. And it is going to be a 6 by 6. I'm going to cut that just slightly less than 6. 6 by 6 there. Edge. And we want to put that down. Now, depending on if you want to fussy cut or how you feel about that, if you're looking at your instructions and it looks like this circle has been cut a little bit, you're more than welcome to go ahead and cut that before you adhere that down, because we just slip a photo right under there. Now, I don't know, some of you I know are very proficient with a craft knife, and a swivel craft knife, and you can just come in and circle right around there. I am not so much so. So depending on what circle that you want, maybe how big your photo is, if you could see on there that we want to come out a couple of rings. I know that I'm going to be putting a lot of photos there. So I am just going to cut right into here. And I am going to cut this way to give me a little flex to get in here. I am going to pick this. I'm going to go into this line right there. And I can just follow that around enough so that I can insert a photo. And I can also ink my edges too to bring up that brown line. And I'm looking at the inside photo, inside line I should say, where my photo is going to be going. Like I said, for those of you that are very proficient with your craft knife, you would just whiz right around there, but I am not so. So this, I am going to cut it depending on how much that I want my photo to come underneath. And trying to get a lighter side there so that you can see. So my documented. So I might want to come around a little more at the top there. And this is just kind of a little trial and error thing. Just get your photo to see how much of it you want to slide underneath. Okay, that looks like that might be enough. And when I'm going to have my photo on here, it doesn't matter how torn up that is underneath there, because that is going to go right there. Okay, that's good. So I'm just going to ink those edges around there. If you want it to look a little more distressed, you could certainly just distress that edge too, so you've got a little more 3D texture to it. I'm just going to add some ink to it. Now I am ready to take my first base page. This will be my page 1, and I can just go ahead. It's like, yep, first I want to see if I'm liking how it's fitting. Because this is where the album is going to bend. See how easy that crease? When you're looking at your pages here, your set of 6 pages, you will see a hump or a mountain on one side, and you see the valley or a divot on the other side. You are wanting to put your valley side down, and you're looking at your hump. This is how the paper is going to crease over. It's going to fold this way. And if you see by folding over that hump, how they kind of just so easily fold themselves. When you start just going to fold it, it will just automatically just kind of crease it right there. And then you can really crease it. If you want to do it that way. Now, because this is how the album is going to be, your pages are going to be opening, that we don't want the paper to be anywhere near the score line. So these albums are scored just about a 1/16 or an 1/8 of an inch from that edge there. So when your paper is on here, you're wanting to be a little closer to this outside edge, leave plenty of room on here so that it doesn't overlap on that score line, so that your pages will just open and close so nice and smooth. Okay, I want to go ahead, I'm going to adhere this down. Put adhesive on here. And I kind of all my little, all torn up. I don't want to put any adhesive here on the circle because I want that to be able to lift up so I can slide a photo underneath there and then put adhesive down. But this cut up part, I want to put some adhesive there on the back of that so that it will lay down there nicely. I'm going to go ahead. And again, like I said, if you would like to, you can certainly ink around your edges first, or you can ink afterwards. That is down, so that is going to really stay down, but I don't want that. I'm just going to, I can just pull it up a little bit. Maybe not. on this one. That really stuck. Okay, now I'm going to come right up a little closer to the top. Yeah. Now I can go ahead and press that down. You may, like I said, if you're wanting to ink your pages first, go ahead and ink those first, not afterwards. But you may want to fold back and ink this edge as you're going along. That's stuck down nice, but have maybe putting a photo on over here so it's not going to really matter. If I want to, I can put a little more adhesive under here. That really adhesive. Okay, page 1. That was kind of not tricky, but just something that we did is to be able to put your photo under there. Page 2. Nothing going on special on page 2. Page 3 also is the same thing. When we went ahead and added this extra strip over here, we only put the adhesive top and bottom, so if you wanted to make a couple pull-out cards, that you could have them pull out from the inside of this here to kind of give you a little more dimension, add more photos to that. I want to just show you though, on cutting this paper 4, it is page 3 and 4 and 6 and 7. We went ahead and cut the paper so that 3 was here, 3 and 4, and we'll stick that on 6 and 7, rotated it so that we had our scrolly design back here above our pocket. And over there. And then that puts, because we created a pocket, that puts a border around the top edge. And the same way on our pages 2 and 3 is that by taking this paper and rotating it, then we have that scallop and the darker border across the top there. Okay, so we're going to go ahead then cut our paper, and I'm just kind of watching the clock because I just don't want to completely run out of time here with our hour allotted class. Page 2, page 3, like I said, and then for all of these words and the accents, those all come from, you have a strip in your kit of borders. So you've got all these strip borders on here, and we pretty much are using all of these. So some we're using now, all of the words that you see throughout your pages that are special memories, celebrate life, happy together, forever love. You've got this whole list here that pick the words that fit your photos, and that's where all those come from. So the words are that part of it. The strip is we're going to be using as happiness is a journey destination. So when we go ahead and we're making page 2, nothing's going on that except for your photos. Then this strip is the 12 inches, but we're only cutting part of it. So we're doing our happiness, and then we're doing the birds, and then you could save this bird and fussy cut and put somewhere else. So that gives you your page 2, your page 3, and that part of the strip. Just don't forget is we're going to be using that for our pockets. We're using that side of the words. So then I'm going to flip over, not anything so much special here. So you're just going to be cutting paper here for 4 and 5. Pretty self-explanatory there. So you're looking at, okay, 2, 3, and we're showing 4, 5, but we put page 6 and page 7. It should be page 4. Page 5, you're looking there. So you're seeing page 4, page 5. The big old documented came from this, your sheet here of icons. So we're cutting out documented and putting that here on your page where your documented page. And for those of you that like to do, you can cut across here. We're doing a little fussy cutting around the scrolls at the end, and that will be your documented. And we're using a lot of pop dots on here. So you want to go ahead, put your pop dots on to put your documented on for page 5. And again, and that is going to go on, so you're going to get your base paper, your pages covered, add your photos, add your words, add your photo, add your words. You got a little bit of ribbon embellishment you want, other stuff you can pull from your stash. Okay, page 6 and 7. Now, we're going to be using, remember we talked about this part when we had our 2, 3, here's our 6 and 7, then, and we're then creating a pocket. Actually 2 pockets. And with our more scallop borders, to repeat that again, on your strip here you have How Sweet It Is to Be Loved by You. That is your border. So we had to cut that. You're gonna wanna cut that a 6-inch piece, and it just comes right in between the sweet. So you've got SW on the one page and then EET on the other, To Be Loved by You. Again, we're creating our pockets. And then that is where the Life Is tag. That's gonna get slid in here with some photos if you want to add more photos, and your others, you've heard the news, so a nice little journaling block can slide into there. And you can add more, make a photo tag by taking your photo and attaching a piece of ribbon onto your photo tags. Next page is page 8 and page 9. We're looking at page 8 and page 9. And that paper is this here. So we've used 4 and 5, and we cut it up for 8 and 9. And we used the reverse side. So this is up to you. If you want to just have more of a neutral instead of the houndstooth, that is great. So we rotated this around so that we had our design here on our left side. And again, that would look really pretty if you want to just have more plain, or if you wanted to bring up the houndstooth, flip that over and gives you that side for page 8 and page 9. Remember when I talked about we weren't going to cut right across here because we wanted to use that typewriter. So now this is going to be for page 12, and we already used this on page, what was that, page 7? No, page 5. Yeah, page 5 is our documented. This went on our front cover, so you'll be cutting those out. Don't forget we're using that also. So we're going to drop down a little bit. So I'm not using the January through December strip, so I can come right down here to the bottom so that I can get my full typewriter. And that's what's showing there to create that tag. So you'll add your photo, and then with pop dots you want to add your typewriter, your little antique note card. Then we did from our strip of words, you have your words here, noteworthy. We cut across the noteworthy and put that on for your typewriter there. Then here is your don't forget. We also made our photo into a pocket, so that long strip we have, this memo, can slide right down there inside of our photo, between our photo and our base paper. That there. Okay, now let's try page 10 and 11. And 11, we have this border strip. You're going to cut that strip, cut it in half so that you have a 6-inch piece for your right side, 6-inch piece for your left side. That's going in there. Then you want to create your life is not measured by the number of breaths we take, but by the moments that we take our breaths away. So that little strip will fit right there in the sides, and that will then complete your pages 10 and 11. You're going to want to add your photos, obviously, onto there. Okay, page 12. Oops, I need to stick that down a little more. Page 12, let's talk about that. That is coming from this part here of your card. So page 12, if you're looking at the second page here, it says page 12, a 6x6. So we want to just go ahead, we can cut that into our 6x6. And I am going to be cutting off a little bit of my clock, and that's just fine because it runs off and runs to the edge anyway. And it is going to be almost 6 inches. Okay, on this one, I just want to show you. So we wanted to go ahead and slide our photo a little bit underneath. So this is our page 12, and I wanted underneath the butterfly wings. So before we put this down, go ahead and fussy cut. And I came right from the corner because it's easier to start here. Fussy cut for your butterfly. Fussy cut here. And then take out the words good times. It's right here. And that is going to be pop dotted under here. So when I have my photo mat put under here, it will come underneath the butterfly wings, and then how big your photo is. And you're going to be into the clock. So you've got your good times that's sitting on top of your photo, your pocket watch, and then your photo is going to come underneath. Obviously, this little scrap of paper is too big for what we'd want to be doing here, but that is going to create this page 12 for you. And so now you'll know where the good times came from because that just came right from the page. But again, we're putting a photo over it, so you'll don't even know that it was taken out. Now, and then we've already completed our inside back cover where we made our pocket. Okay, I have all of my pages together. This one here, I just put our ribbon and bound through. So you see, by the time I got all my pages together here, and I can do my ribbons on it and bind it, and that's great. But when you're making this, we're going to be adding, you want to add pop dots, and you're adding your photos and some embellishments. So these pages are going to get thick on this. So, because if you're looking here, when you go to put this on, if you want to pop dot those words, pop dot the words, pop dot your photo, your ribbon. We've got a couple layers here, pop dots. We've got layers here with our pocket. We've got a photo tag and another tag with our pocket. Again, if you're using a single layer pop dots, a double layer of pop dots, a photo, a tag, more pop dots. So you're seeing that we're getting here some dimension. So this is how you bind the album. So you go ahead, and you get all your pages that are done. You will take, this is our outside back cover. That's going to go down first, and then stack all of your pages in order and your front cover. But because I don't want to bind this tight, and then by the time you get so much in here, this is kind of sticking up. So I find that I want to add some pop dots. And you don't ever see them here in the spine because that's going to be bound together. But to give you some depth in there, you can take, and you're going to need a good roll of pop dots because by the time you pop dot all of your words, and then we're pop dotting in between each of the pages. So you can go ahead, and even on the inside back cover if you want to, I go ahead and I'm just going to line, or if you have your photo tape, you can certainly do some tape, but I am placing my pop dots here so that I'm building some dimension to there. Now I have, did I flip those over? Of course I did. Okay, so this is here. So now you're already starting to see, by the time I'm adding some things there, I've got spacing here. And I'm going to do the same thing with this page. So I've done my page. I want to add some pop dots to give me, now you can, like I said, you can come down both sides, you can come across, you can use a couple strips of your foam tape. And then I'm going to be doing the same with my next page. And again, I'm not going to sit here and do all of them. You don't have to sit and watch me pop dot every page. But you can see now how that is going to start creating that depth in that album. So when you're getting your photos and your other embellishments on your pages, that is going to kind of equal out and be the same height. Pretend I have all of my pages pop dotted, put this on, put my cover on. So then you will be seeing that in your album. You'll have the equal spacing through there. Now I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take my ribbon, and you will now thread this through the holes. You can start with the back. You probably find it easier. You're going to pull your ribbon through, and then you're going to clean up the ends and then do a little V shape in them. You can stack several together, and then just with blunt edge of your scissors, put your ribbon through, and do the same here. And then I'm going to do the same on this side, putting this through. I'm not sure if it'll go through all of them. And probably when you get them all popped out, it will not. You are going to have to do a few and then pull it apart and adjust it. Just make sure that they keep in line, because it wouldn't be the first time that I put it all through and then a page had slipped out, and it's like, oh my goodness, I gotta pull out my ribbon and redo it again because page 4 or 5 did not get connected through there. Okay, so now I have my ribbons through. I have all my pages through there. This is really a really malleable wired edge taffeta ribbon, so it will kind of conform, and it will go any way that you want it to, working with it, which is great. So you can tie your bow, and this makes anyone look like a fabulous bow tire because it just forms so nicely. So now, do you want to have your little tail sticking off to the back side? You could have your tail sticking off to the front side. This is now where you're going to want to trim off your edges, because see, when you pull it through, it does kind of unravel and fray a little bit. And you have plenty with the yard ribbon there, because you'll just cut off your tail side. This one I'm going to want to retie because I need to make this side a little bit longer. Then you'll be folding your ribbon in half. You got that in there, and your bows are perfect. And one nice thing again about this ribbon, it kind of ruffles itself too. But you want to use a pair of your dollar store scissors, because it does have that thin wire on the edge, and so you don't want to use your good scissors to cut that, but fold it in half and then just make a V, so you can have a nice little V shape cut there to your ribbon. Tie this. And that will be your Live, Laugh, Love album. So, pretty good for an hour's time. We kind of went through the whole project, what you're going to be doing, needing to do, get all your base pages covered. Then you're going to be adding your photos. Nothing is hard or tricky. We talked about the couple of things that you're going to want to do, a little fussy cutting before you put down your photo, or before you adhere them onto your blank pages. And as you see, said this with this wire edge on there, it just you kind of lay how you want to, and you can just kind of move it and form it, but it's on there. So thank you for taking our class. Now remember that every month, Pinecone Press, we do new kits, and we have new class kits. Okay, this was the one we started on. I think like, oh my goodness, did I forget to put a page in? No, okay, this was one going through the album. This is our second mock-up album. So, anyway, girls, thank you. Hope you enjoy making your album. It's filled with live, laugh, and love photos. There's lots of things that we could certainly live and laugh about this year. And we hope to see you real soon in person in a classroom, again, at some convention center somewhere. But Pinecone Press Design, you will get free shipping on orders over $75. If you order in this next week after this presentation, it's the 3rd of January. So if you're ordering through the 10th, we'll be giving you a free blank in with your order. There's no need to add a code on that. It just automatically will be added to your orders. So again, thank you for taking our Live, Laugh, Love class, and we'll see you soon. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. And Vickyville, who doesn't want to live, laugh, and love, you know?
So
and
true.
this book is full of live, laugh, and love and all kinds of different things. And I have to tell you, Deborah Jennis, who I have known, she was literally the first person that I met in scrapbooking, paper crafting industry in the year
Really?
2000. The first person, she was working for another company, and I went up, and she hasn't changed a bit. She used to judge our page layout contest years ago, so I just love her. And you know, gosh, for those of you who aren't familiar with them at the shows, but you need to get familiar with them from their website at least, because they always have the most phenomenal mini album books. And you talk about detailed instructions.
Oh, yeah.
Step by step colored instructions, not the ones like when you used to get a gas grill where it'd be like the grill pieces and no words. So,
Right.
but great instructions. And, you know, she's always coming, you know, I love how she showed how you cut these little divots, I'm going to call them, to where you can slide in, because you could put a picture here or do journaling, and then you slide your little picture or journaling in these little divots. And, you know, I love that. And all the little side pockets, you know, that she showed how to do the side pockets and the little tabs. And here's some great pages for pictures. And, you know, just, and the kit came with so many different cards that you could use. And I love the old, and it's not, record player is not the right word for this, Victroleum, I think. So, but anyway, you know, I love that vintagey look. But, you know, the whole book just goes through with the little tabs. Which I love how there's a lot of room in here for pictures, and you can do, you know, additional journaling. And I love the ribbon and all the little tabs that you can pull and write things on, or pictures or journaling. And then the tabs, you could make little tabs that actually say, like, you know, let's say this was your mom and dad or brothers and sisters. Make a little tab for each one and write their name on it. So
cute.
Love the book. And she gave really great instruction too, you know, putting the book together and lining up the holes, you know, using your crocodile. You know, that's such a great tool as well. And then ribbon, she always adds some great ribbon that coordinates with the book. So love this, and love Walter in the booth. We hope Walter's doing well. He's such a great help. And their kids, my gosh, their kids are growing. You know, she has her daughter, you know, that you've seen at the shows, and then her son, who's a senior this year.
Oh my gosh.
I've watched those kids grow up. So, so thank you, Miss Deborah. And Vicki, I know you've seen some great kits on their website too. So
really fast, Pinecone, when I used to do the shows and we would go, I always budgeted one kit from Pinecone.
Yes.
I had to get my kit.
Yes.
Because the instructions are so detailed. Oh my goodness, she's such a beautiful, the projects are so gorgeous.
Yes.
And on the website, there are so many different options for you to choose from. I know, like I said, sometimes I just love to have that kit that I can work from and add to, you know, and there's so many. They have mini albums, they have card kits, they have blank chunky chipboard albums. So
yes, those are fun because you can do whatever with those.
exactly. They have the blank explosion boxes, the sliders, the gift card holders. There's so many things that you are going to love. Like, they're just so beautiful. They also have a monthly kit club, and I could just imagine getting this kit every month.
Yes.
Just so beautiful, because that would kind of be like how that's interesting, because that would kind of be like what I did at the show.
Yeah.
I get one a show, just like one a month.
Yes.
So, oh my goodness,
Exactly.
I think I would be so excited. That is just so awesome. So that's something to look into if you're in the market for that. There's also all kinds of kits. Now, what I really love about the website is, you know, we all have our favorite companies that we love, like or the papers and stuff.
Yeah.
So they have kits with Graphic 45. They have Disney album kits. They have Echo Park papered kits, Authentique papered kits, Simple Stories papered kits. They also have kits of the month, and they have Pinecone Press kits.
Yeah.
So there's, you know, if you like the Graphic 45 type of feel, you know, that's a specific,
more vintagey, or you know, like vintagey is the word I was trying to think of. Yes.
Very classy, and that, you know, and so I love that there's those options. They also have beautiful, like, look at this ribbon. I'm obsessed with ribbon.
Yes, and I know all their kits. I know that she includes ribbon, I think, with all of her kits, because it's just a great way.
It's everything.
Yeah.
Ribbon is everything. So she has ribbon packs. There's just plain albums. So say that you love the different albums, that you can make your own. So that's
you might have some
awesome.
great papers at home that you want to use that you've had forever.
And then you made this kit, and you kind of want to replicate it. So you could, you know, look and see how they did the tags and the pulls, and you could just do it in your own theme that you want. And that is like, that's almost like an idea book. They have banners, they have tags, they have white and cream cardstock. So there's just a lot, Dave, on the website. You're going to want to go to Pinecone Press. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. Yes. And so the show special is free on orders over $75, and a free Pinecone Press explosion box blank with every order over $25.
Wow. I wonder if they do curbside, because they're local.
Oh, that's interesting. We have a few
might,
of those.
We don't know. We might try, but and you know, just like Vicki was saying, you know, there's a style or a paper for everybody. And the card kits are great, and the blanks, you know, like the blank ones would be great to make that special recipe book.
Yeah,
you know, that would be so.
Right. They have so many cute, like, explosion kits in there, birthday and all that. So look at the website, because there's some great things in there.
Something for everybody. So, well, everybody, we want to thank you for joining us. What a great way for our first Mega Make and Take of 2021.
Right.
And, you know,
I was trying to get that, but I'm glad you have it.
We're going to have a hot dang 2021 this year. So
it says, I have the cutest craft supplies. How cute is that at the very bottom?
It's awesome. So you guys, everybody, we want you to enjoy. And once again, if you haven't already done so, you want to make sure that you sign up for our YouTube channel. Just go to stampandscrapbookexpo.com and hit subscribe, and then make sure that you click on the button, or the bell, and you'll get a ding every time we have some great events coming
up. And there's some good ones.
I know there, and you know, on January 17th we have another mega that's filled with hearts. So you want to check that out. Keep checking our website.
Did I ever tell you that I love love?
You love love?
Yeah.
Well, we all should love love.
Yeah. I love you.
Oh, I love you too.
We're cheese balls.
Yeah. Cheese balls. I'm hungry. It's lunchtime.
It is.
But also to sign up for our newsletter to get all of our great events that we have coming up, you want to go to craftathomeevents.com, and just sign up for our newsletter, and you'll get that weekly, so you won't want to miss anything.
Right.
So everybody, thank you for joining us. Happy 2021, and we will see you soon.
Bye. We love you.